Alrighty then, let's get Operation Relax Day underway. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to my my last normal day of streaming for the next however long. Also, I just noticed my one of my streams didn't go live. There it goes, finally. All right. Yeah, today is the last day of normalcy I'll have for a couple weeks. And good evening, good time zone in general. It is about to be a hell of a time. It's okay. I have the fortitude. This time, things will be fine. I promise. All right. With that, let me get into the game. And Ivy has already found her way onto my lap. Of course she has. That did not take long yet. These muscles can handle it. Yes, we will all use the Heavensward intro card. I do have to remember to go over to... well, actually, I have quite a few things to do today. It's not even... After stream, I can't even relax. I have so much shit to do before I go to sleep. One last supply run. Some tax-related stuff. As well as a bunch of email responses. It's in the settings. The title screen change. Good morning, Avelia. I have an Ivy tail right here. This Ivy tail is mine, see? Yeah, A Realm Reborn. That was when I replayed through A Realm Reborn before they reworked it. And then I had the other character, which was after they reworked it. We love the critically acclaimed Heavensward title screen. It's stuck since patch. It's been fine since patch. Which is when they actually made it stick. That was like when the change actually went through, was patch. And yeah, it's in the actual settings, not in... Not the just like... Not the option that just lets you go, oh, I want a different one right now. It's more like it's like a permanent setting. Where is it? I think it's in... It was in the, what's it called? The patch notes, exactly where the setting was. I looked at it for that, and then I don't think I've looked at it since. There's like a drop down somewhere. Oh yeah, here it is at the bottom. Yeah, it's this actual option. Hey, what's going on, God? I've just been logging in every day to get my free AFK EXP. Speaking of which, I have to do that now.
Psycho Monks
for
just
Brighter
subscribed.
Shores.
'Twas the day before Ultimate and Psycho had subbed for far too long, tilde.
No such thing as far too long. Only long enough. Thank you for the 125 months. Welcome back. Besides, everyone has to have their subs in so they can be ad-free during the race. If they don't have turbo, that is, where they'll be ad-free everywhere. Yeah, the past 2 weeks has just been me logging into Brighter Shores every day, collecting my free daily EXP and the thing that I'm AFK, and then logging off because I don't have time to play. Oh, so another thing. So I was working on all the PlayStation Platinums, and that was because of the change they made in Dawn Trail, where the PS5 and Xbox Series X and S version is now retroactive in regards to how it like registers what achievements you've done. So like you can basically do them and then log in, and it'll be like, oh, you already did this. You don't have to do that thing with where you're supposed to like do it one time and then it triggers. However, I forgot that that was only the PS5 and the latest generation Xbox version that does that. So if I want the PS4 trophies, I actually do have to do them, which is not that big of a deal, but it is a little bit of extra time. So I actually started, and I actually don't have some of the PlayStation 4. I have all the PlayStation 5 trophies, but I actually don't have all the PlayStation 4 trophies. Some of them are more specific to stuff that I haven't done. It's not really a big deal. Most of them will only take about an hour to do. And I can still do them on PC and then log over. The only exception are like going into Coil and beating Bahamut in like 2 seconds. You know, I just have to go beat Twintanya in 2 seconds and all that shit. That you still have to do on the PlayStation 4 version. So if I want both the Platinums for PS4 and PS5, I do have a little bit more work cut out for me than I initially expected. As such, you're going to see me crafting random fucking items in between these nodes that I'm about to go to. So wait. So this should be Mewatson next. Mewatson. Hello, Calculus. Yeah, have fun with that. You have fun with your 8 to 10 hours in PF. That's all you. That's all you. That'll be oh, great. What a perfect mount to have pop up day before Ultimate. I hit my roulette and this is the first. It's like the game fucking knows. It's like, hey, just getting you acclimated. Don't worry, I'm acclimated. I just did this fight yesterday anyway, the E12. I just did it again yesterday for fun. Even did like some weird stuff. Ultimate on content is a time. And look, I've been saying it, and I'm gonna keep channeling it. Listen, the ultimate drama already dropped. That means that our mid-ultimate experience, everyone's across the game's mid-ultimate experience is gonna be A-okay. Don't worry, you'll still get to experience it just from the sidelines, which is where, honestly, more people have fun. Woohoo! It'll be on server up, and the servers won't come up early. There will be no early server up tomorrow. The race spectator experience makes you feel like a hacker, man. Because you pull up like 16 tabs and you just keep checking between them. So you feel like a hacker, man. Not that we're aware of, no. Unless there's like some sort... Oh, you know what? There should be bug fixes tomorrow. There were a bunch of known bugs in the 7.1 patch proper 2 weeks ago. There's probably some bug fixes. I was told there's like a bug with Fey illumination where you can like infinitely have Fey illumination or something. I don't, as a non, like, I don't really play Scholar very often. I'm not too in tune with that. Let me do that. Ah, it's a dissipate thing. Okay. Just a fairy action and dissipation thing. Yeah, I wonder that they should probably make sure it's fixed before tomorrow, because that's, well, I mean, I don't need to tell you what that is. That's an interesting one. Yeah, exactly. Well, more so, if the scholar would have to likely choose to avoid triggering that. If they would like deliberately have to play around the fact that they have to watch their dissipation, which is really annoying because you don't want it to be one slip up and everyone's like, oh, they're doing it, they're doing it. And anyone who doesn't give a shit is just like, you know, obviously them having a scholar is just going to be for the better. God, it's so weird having to do all this for the PlayStation 4 trophies. Yeah, PlayStation 4 trophies have like a craft 1,000 items as each gatherer, whereas the PlayStation 5 trophies just have an overall like crafting and gathering one. So I actually do have some more PlayStation 4 trophy work to do. Good morning, Valtis. Just grab some like, I just grabbed the bullshit like Zloey recipe and I was just like, fine, I'll just craft 1,000 of them. Whatever. Too bad you can't quicksynth this shit. It's only downside. Yeah, I just want to have a nice chill. Well, actually, stream's gonna be chill, but after stream, I got mad shit to do. I might even take care of a few things mid-stream. I also added a new follower emote. I'm gonna move it over to 7TV, assuming 7TV works. 7TV wouldn't let me. 7TV has emote uploads disabled. I don't know why. Tomorrow is through. Yeah, but you still have them, so that's all that matters. I don't think it cares about which ones you own. I think it just cares about what the game itself has. Yeah, my 12 to 16 hour endeavors begin tomorrow. It's gonna be a fun time on this Friendsgiving. All the Friendsgivings. Yeah, but the PS4 version doesn't do that, so I actually do need to do some work on the PS4 version. No, it's been 2 weeks. Yeah. Figuring out the first 20 seconds. Yeah, I cross-referenced both the live stream he did and the clip that they posted, and I'm pretty sure that it's essentially just flamethrower. It reaffirms, by the way, that it is literally a Thornton phase. The first mechanic having one of two variables is interesting, though. The first mechanic's either 8 proteins, 8 spreads, and then 8 follow-up proteins that you have to dodge. Like, you bait the first 8 proteins. It's like Black Cat. The start of Black Cat, basically. Which is very fitting, given we just had Black Cat, you know? But if it's the fire mechanic, it's only 4 cleaves. So, and the Vuln doesn't last very long, so it's not like first 4 bait, second 4 bait. It's 4 baited cleaves, and it's just checking to make sure they're not overlapping. Whenever you have a really short magic or fizz Vuln, it means it's just checking to make sure there's no overlap. So it's either 4 nearest or 4 supports or 4 DPS, but it is 4 cleaves, 4 baited cleaves, and then a second later it's the fire plus the second cleave. So you have to move out of the cleave while staying stacked for the fire. Whereas for the lightning, you bait the cleave, take a slight step over, and then get hit by your lightning, and then also dodge the second cleave. I also calculated out the math. It's definitely a big downtime phase. The boss only has 18.75 million HP, approximately. something around that value. And that's ultra low. Even for like a 2-minute phase. At 730, that's like nothing. Like one cast is like a massive chunk. Like every GCD is going to chunk the boss, basically. Which is exactly how Thornton was, too. Black Cat. Black Cat has 70 million. At 700 minimum item level. This is 30 item levels higher. Yeah, Black Hat has about 70 million and B has 83 million. And then M4S has 117 million or something. So yeah, it's got about a fourth of the HP value, but 30 item levels higher of a, well, about a fourth. Yeah, actually with the 18, it is just about a fourth. 18.75, so it's a little more than a fourth of Black Cat's HP value. But 30 item levels higher, so yeah, that's certainly a, you're gonna get 2-minute windows. Yeah, he's just gonna melt. Like what? So a single direct crit from Yoshi P did 0.7% of his entire health bar. Is like a big indicator. Literally, he direct crit the boss for 91k and took 0.7% of the HP off of it. So yeah. It's almost certainly going to be exactly like Thornton in DSR, where it's downtime mechanic. I mean, it's going to be exactly what I predicted, almost certainly. It's going to be, right, I totally forgot that I can't just craft anywhere. I was so used to gathering that I just got smacked in the face. Yeah, I'll step off to the side, that's fine. Listen, I got to do these achievements. Oh no, I died in the game with no death penalty. That thing was looking at me like a free meal. So yeah, it's I don't know, I feel like the first phase is actually gonna go pretty smoothly. Dude, I'm gonna be on the lookout for like puzzle mechanics the entire time. If I see prismatic, I'm gonna be like, all right, listen. Everybody look for Reen's memories in the prismatic somewhere. Yes, that's exactly what it's set for. Mm-hmm. I'm ready to be looking right from the get-go. All right, everyone. Prismatic's out. See if you can find Reen's memories anywhere lost in here. Maybe we need to get a buff. If I go through a phase and I don't see anything like that, I'm going to just assume that it's like DSR and it's more like a time rewind situation. Well, a big thing with the trios is going to be the cleave baits. I expect it to actually play out like a slightly more complicated version of Living Liquid and T. But with like extra shit. Because Elemental Break being the baited cleaves and also having the stack and spread is going to be probably the most important thing. I don't actually think that the other pieces of it are going to be as important. What's going to be really funny are the insanely small safe spots there's probably going to be when both Turn of the Heavens and Right of the Heavens happen at the same time. Like, there's probably going to be like omega small safe spots with that. And they're probably going to have to be like stack spread kind of deal. So, good morning, Spaz. Hello. I should probably add. What are you doing? Oh, whoops, that's the wrong one. Fine. What are you doing? Why is this so far away? Good morning, Alhea. Oh, damn, I went way too early. Right, I keep forgetting because I'm going to be doing that crafting that I don't get my GP generation back at quite the same rate. Yeah, that's kind of fucked. I mean, I'll just turn them in. 862 is still fine. It's not much different. I just have to be diligent about doing this. Good morning, Havoc. Yep, you got the pot. I wanted to make it a 7TV emote, but 7TV has emote uploads disabled for some reason. I'm not in their Discord, so I don't know why, but it's disabled. So if they fix that, then if they fix that before like tomorrow, I'll probably change it. Yes, they did wave. There's a screenshot with spell in waiting quad APOC from one of the live letters. So it's not just quad APOC, it's also in waiting. Alright, I don't really like this location for crafting. I'm gonna just chill then. That's fucked up. Yeah, you better remember where it's going. Better fucking remember. Ivy, chill. Ivy, stop, man. No, I love that story the whole way through Fate. Makes sense to me. Good morning, Tequila. Hey! Oi! What do you mean no work this week? Hey! Ivy, chill! Jesus. Too much. I'm doing all right. I know, but I'm saying, what do you mean no work? I'm going to be plenty busy. It's more like me lamenting on the fact that I'll be nonstop. Everyone else is like, no work, and I'm like, ha, you're funny. I got ultimates to clear. Yeah. I have Twitch front page tomorrow too at some point. Oh, keep in mind, I'm going to do a map party later. Listen, I enjoy ultimates, but there's going to be points where I'm suffering. If you've been here before, you'll know, as a Fizz ranged, I will be bored before everyone else is. I'll be like, I'm done. Oh my god. That's a loud crab. Patch up is at 2 a.m. tomorrow. I'll be live before then. Lack of hot cocoa has got to be it. Ivy, you won't have this freedom tomorrow. I want you to know that. Okay, jump in my lap whenever you want. Starting tomorrow. So you better enjoy it today. No, there won't be any job change. There probably is the fix to dissipation tomorrow, but that's about it. I do have a pulse command that I'll be hitting every pull also. I know there's the third-party shit that tracks it. Obviously, I don't use that, so I have to do it the old-fashioned way. Maintenance says 2 a.m. Yeah, dissipation is like causing abilities that are like used too close to it to not go on cooldown. So you could like Fey Illumination into dissipation and then just have Fey Illumination again. At least that's if I'm understanding it correctly. Good morning, Frey. I would probably go... If you're going Picto, you're going to be a melee Picto, mind you. No, actually, you would make the Fizz ranged. Yeah, I mean, because you could just make the Fizz ranged the quasi-melee, so it doesn't really make a difference. Kind of doesn't matter. Honestly, if you're not choosing between a res caster or something else, then it doesn't really matter. It's just about what you want to play between a melee and a caster if a res caster isn't one of the questions. Oh yeah, I'm excited to get through Fru. On December 6th, I have a sponsored Path of Exile 2 stream to do. Assuming their game is working that day. So I definitely want it done before then. And then I need to get my chaotic group set up. I need to like put out feelers and see either if anyone in NA has like a high-end group or if I need to make one. I am excited. Yeah, if there's no decision between a res caster or a non-res, which by the way is hardly even a relevant factor, then I would say it doesn't matter between Ninja, Picto. Picto's the higher, I think is the higher output at the moment, but they're both comfortable. I'd expect having an extra Addle is more important than, and having, the thing for me is that I would sooner have, Tempura Coda and Addle in the next raid over Ninja. For me, that's honestly the factor. Tempura Coda is shrimp tempura coda. I'm excited. I'm excited to just move through it. Yeah, I guess tempura grassa is what I technically mean to say is grassa, but the shield, yeah. Through soon. Correct, Alice. Correct. I'm ready. Take it easy today. Work on some PlayStation achievements. Work on my barrel tender mount. Sell some materia. Talk to chat. I gotta cook. I gotta do some tax stuff this afternoon. At least I don't have to work on any YouTube videos for a while. I can't wait to trip and fall and die on my walking pad. No, you'll never catch me even owning an Xbox. The closest I've ever had to owning an Xbox was when Mel bought one, and then I never once went near it. And to be fair, neither did she. No, my taxes are actually going to be fine this year. I just, my CPA wants me to move over from a SEP IRA to a solo 401k. And I need to see if when I went from an S-Corp to a sole proprietorship, if my TIN changed. Because he has that paperwork, so I need him to respond before I can actually know whether or not to do that. Girl dinner-esque. What the heck does that mean? Yeah, the new Sonic 3 trailer is a wild time. I woke up to that shit, and I was just like, must watch. Yeah, I'm probably going to go see it in theaters. December 20th. I thought it was the same day as the Sonic X Shadow Generation DLC, but it's not. What do you mean? That's such a good set of snacks. I mean, it's all, to be fair, it's all processed food. But, you know, I'd still rate that highly. I have a lot of promises to keep. Well, no, Sonic X Shadow Generations is out. The Keanu Shadow thing isn't until December 6th. I'm gonna be an Ultimate. What makes you think I'm doing anything for Thanksgiving? I'm in Ultimate for the next 2 weeks. Not to mention my family lives 3,000 miles away. Well, no, also there's... I thought they were adding levels to it from the movie as well. The entirety of the Keanu Shadow DLC bit is December 6th. It's not just the voice. I'm pretty sure they're also adding levels inspired by the movie. DoorDash a fried turkey. I'll pass. Now that is good. Shrimp boil. I would do a shrimp boil for Thanksgiving. That sounds good. Some shrimp, some spicy sauce, and some Cajun seasonings on the inside with some potatoes. Some corn. Nah, there shouldn't be any job balance stuff tomorrow. Just one stage? Okay. I figured there was a new stage. I remember them saying there was at least something playable. Yeah, he's still doing his military stuff, I figured. It's too early for this. What, to talk about shrimp boil? Listen, I'm not having it either. You're not alone in this endeavor. To be fair, though, you'll never convince me that turkey's a good decision anyway, regardless of how much, what am I fighting for? You know, we talk about it. I'll never be like, oh, yes, turkey, yay. I'll be like, oh, well, turkey exists. Fair enough. Yeah, I do duck for Crema. Turkey could have been anything else instead. Could have been literally anything else. Duck for Crema. Ham would be the go-to Thanksgiving. If I was, it's a honey baked ham on well, I guess on any holiday, but for Thanksgiving, yeah, I would take it over the alternative. I mean, I have a ton of food tucked away. I've got plenty of food for the next like week and a half. I respect it. The honey baked ham is a good ham. Isn't that right, Ivy? Roast beef and ribs. See, now all that's that shit I'm talking about right there. That's that good shit. You could say that again, Striker. Yeah, I'd rather just get a small chicken, if anything. Especially if, because I'm, you know, I live alone. And Ivy can't eat anything I cook. Well, she could in theory. She would just die. And I don't want that, so you're not having any of it, Ivy. It's too much sodium content. Only thing Ivy cooks is some shits in the litter box. Yeah, easy, Eric. Getting at least 40 seconds into the first pull. No problem. That's Prog right there. Already progged 40 seconds. What a G, right? Finish the first mechanic in 20 seconds, then a cast bar, and then a tank invuln buys us 10 more seconds, and there you go, 40 seconds. Cool or envious, Striker? Or both? Yeah. Don't worry, I already have my pull command. I have to actually put it on my stream deck, though. And I gotta remember to hit it every time. Hopefully I can change pot over to a 7TV emote instead of a follower emote. But remember, every time I pot tomorrow, I want to see pot spam in the chat. I replaced the bracelet with the pot. New ultimate, new emote. The first second, I said it'll be 40 seconds. That's what I just said. No, wrong pot. Although I would accept that as well. Acceptable. Cries in YouTube. Listen, let YouTube make that shit easier to do, and then we'll talk. All right, Sean. You can pot in spirit over there. Can stack those? Yeah, you're supposed to stack both of them in order to get the chance. That's why 900 GP is kind of the sweet spot. 800's fine. Like, boosting the second chance isn't that big a deal. This one, I tasted purple. I should just hang out by the thing until the time comes. I want to get jumped by alligators. That tasted purple. Listen, if you ever had grape drink, then you know that it tastes like sugar water and, of course, purple. That's the ingredient. Sugar, water, purple. I may not be able to see the colors, but I can sure taste them. Yeah, Seeker Explosion's got it too. Fanta's a good example. I doubt I'll swap to Machinist. I don't see a universe where the Bard swap to Machinist is the play. At least not in a way that actually benefits the team, because they've been literally every time I've tried to play another Fizz range, my team just goes, why are you playing anything but Bard? So if it comes push to shove that, can you play Machinist? I'm gonna be like, listen, you're the one who only wanted me to be practicing Bard. You're the one who, every time I tried to go on Machinist or Dancer, you asked me why. Oh, it's literally a random material for, what are they called? Custom deliveries. No, they'll just have me do early mins. Hey, on the off chance, yo, if there's any Asunas, I'm about to be goated, alright? I gotta make my mouse over peen macro. To give us any Asunas, I'm fucking cooking. Peen. I think you'll see some Machinists. If there's any 2-target phase, though, the odds of Machinist goes down a decent bit. Machinist is mostly for the very final phase. That's like the one phase you take Machinist for is the very final phase. Because that's the final DPS check is, you know, a big consistency check. Oh. Hit him with the peen. They get a debuff. I'm gonna hit him with my peen. Just what the doc ordered. Guess on the number of phases, 6. I don't see a world where it's less than 6 phases. I mean, I do see it. I just don't think it's likely. Especially looking at the health bar of the first phase. That's a very DSR-esque health bar. So I think they're gonna... I think we're gonna see very similar health bar values in terms of percentage damage dealt. Especially given the complexity that Ultimates have gone through story-wise. This one looks to be a very DSR story-esque one. Where it's like such a... It's not a retelling, it's like a... Like an alternate, like, what if. The first 3 Ultimates are like really big embellishings. And both of the Endwalker Ultimates are... basically like they're not just what ifs, they're like, well, no, yeah, I'm sorry, yeah, they are really, they're what ifs, right? The first 3 are embellished retellings, and then the last 2 have been big what if moment. This one's almost certainly another what if. I mean, literally right from the get-go, it's a what if with Reen. The what if properties are there immediately. No, I'm happy. We already have the roommates doing the patch artwork animation. Right before they do fusion, ha! I'm ready. Yeah, I basically got the whole thing down. Gonna dominate. Don't get mad at me. I don't want to set it. You knew where you were. That can't be put on me. Gino's gonna eat Endsinger. Nom 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 nom. There's gonna be notes, but it'll probably just be ultimate and bug fixes, yeah.
Runehound just subscribed. Hi, Hamps.
Hi. Thank you for the 72 months, Rune. Welcome back. The resubs, they must flow so everyone can be ad-free tomorrow. You knew where you were, Fex. No, it's 12 to 16 hours. That's why the title says hardcore hours tomorrow. If you're not doing ultimate on wake up, you're not hardcore. That's casual hours immediately. Better not be a few weeks. Better be like 8 days. I don't even know what half the people are playing. There's still, a lot of them are going to be flexing probably, depending on feel and how certain jobs perform. Like if there's a lot of downtime phases, some jobs just perform a lot better. I assume that'll make some effect on what they do, since they're all able to be flexible. And I was like, I could play Dancer or Bard or Machinist. You just need to let me practice the other ones. And they're just like, yeah, don't bother. Like, all right. Fuck it, I guess. Just tell me when you need Troubadour. I'll be over here just shooting arrows in the meantime. I'll just stand in melee range as Bard. That counts, right? You just look at the effects. You just look at what actually happened to your character. What I get hit by. Yes, Liquid Hells, where you're not in range to actually use your dances as a dancer. Fight was not made with Dancer in mind. Dancer wasn't out when it came out, so I mean that literally, but still. It's like, you're not in range, loser! Yoshi P just called me a loser. It's like, get range, nerd. Alright. Sorry, I was checking something. Hello, Mystic. More specifically, you force the healers to do it when you need to dance. I love chucking cannonballs at people. By the way, don't mind me if I'm occasionally looking over at delivery. I have one of those filibuster bracelets coming here today. And it should be here in the next, I don't know, few hours. I gotta make a social post. I got the Immortal Flames one. Thanks, Square. Otherwise, I would never buy an accessory, but I'll take one. Yoshi P just wants everyone to look like him. He's like, look at all the accessories. I could never rock all that. Want rings like Yoshi P? I just imagine how heavy my arms would be all the time. You'd be constantly fiddling around and like adjusting. No, there's only Fru this week. There is only Fru. I thought that said you were filled with Sprite for a second. And I was like, you should maybe not drink so much Sprite. That's a bit too much Sprite. A mild amount much of Sprite. Well, I mean, it's like 240 here in the States, Dante. They're expensive. There is only Fru. Nobody would say that. Nobody would say that at all. Why not? Because I said so. Very simply, because I said so. Alright. This achievement hunting is exhausting. There's no more breaks in between all these. All because PlayStation 4 trophies don't carry them. I'm all set for the PS5, but for the PS4, not quite so.
Caslo25 just subscribed. 'Twas the night before Ultimate, and not a sound to be heard, except for the crunch of tasty magic spoon using code MOREHAPPY at checkout.
You should be saving... Why would that be on the night before, though? Shouldn't you be saving that for the morning of? I'm making an omelet tomorrow morning. It never stops. Truly, it never does. Yeah, it's only because the PS4 has a trophy for crafting 1,000 items with each crafter. And I know, like... Goldsmith, I probably... Culinarian, I definitely have that because of coffee biscuits. Goldsmithing, I probably have that. Yeah, and I think I did Culinarian for the collectibles too. Yeah, so those might be the only two where that's like actively done. Oh no group starts exploding day one. You either explode a week into Prog or a week before when you want to kick 5 of your members just to get in someone who most people have disavowed from the raid scene and his 4 friends. We all know those are the only ways your groups implode. And then post about it on Twitter. Those are the only 2 ways your groups can implode. Everyone knows that. How very non-specific. Sorry. Unless shit happens. That's when the weekend happens. It shouldn't. They don't. That's not how the music works. It's the same for everybody. No, I said 5 people were removed. And then 5 people were brought in. They didn't quit, they were removed. Oh no, it's not a discussion, it's a ribbing. This is a proper good ribbing. The sweet taste of... Actually, it's more bitter because I drink my coffee black. I love black coffee. Good morning, Roth. Listen, I'm not going to deny that you have a friendship pact with them. I'm also going to say that friendship pacts mean literally nothing. All it takes is somebody being upset in the wrong way. That's all it ever takes. Oh yeah, Starbucks doesn't serve coffee. It serves creamy coffee tasted concoctions. Oh, never mind. I don't need to take that shit out. Pseudo coffee. Yeah, sometimes people just want shit to be done ASAP. Honestly, I mean, I don't think it would have that much of an impact, Tom. I think it's for the. I think for casual playing, it's probably better that there are more jobs with raises. But I think they need to understand it's only for casual play that should really matter. Legally distinct coffee-like drink. That is what Starbucks be serving. Starbucks. I am moving like clockwork on this one. But yes, legally distinct coffee. That is what Starbucks serves. Yes. I like the idea of them legally. I mean, that's... I know what you mean, but... It's just funny to see that... See it written that way. Yes, do your weekly deliveries. I plan on at least finishing the carpentry achievement for PS4 today. Oh, listen, if I want all those Final Fantasy Platinums, I can't. You know, it's funny. I set it up because I was like, oh, I'm sure I'll be able to find time. And then the fucking universe has been like, ah, here's 8 billion things for you to do that aren't work on your Final Fantasy Platinums. Get fucked, nerd. At least one of those things is Path of Exile 2. I'm so pumped. I'm going to be talking about that throughout Prog more than I'm going to be talking about Ultimate. I have no idea if we have a name. I think we're still... Are we Awk? Team Awk? Awk Raid Time. There you go. Team Awk Raid Time. I just took our Discord name. What is your blind? What does that mean? 0? I'm guessing 1,400 pulls. Yeah, I'll be streaming through on YouTube and Twitch. No reason to take it off 1. I just have to remember to actually have my stream deck set up. Actually, I could set it up now. Move that over there. And then for this... where is it? Chat message. Here it is. That should do it. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that was working. Let me fix it. Wait, let me make sure it's actually working. Okay. There we go. Just wanted to make sure it was actually working. Alright. Make sure it's reset. I gotta remember to hit that. Since I don't use the fancy third-party stuff that tracks it for you. I see people with all those fancy banners on their streams, and I'm just like, I know how you're doing that. I know. It do be fancy, though. Not to mention, I don't even... technically, I wouldn't need to be the one doing it. Because I think if anyone in your group is uploading to logs, you can, like, pull an embed code. But, I mean, I'd rather not. It's associated with it, so I'd still rather not use it. I haven't had ACT installed since I got this PC, like, in, like, January 2022. Might have even been before that. Actually, no, wait, I haven't had ACT installed since Endwalker came out. So that would have been about a month or two before. So it would have been end of 2021. Because towards the end of Shadowbringers, I was working on pumping on, like, a ton of different jobs. I mean, I have no point in having it installed. It's useless. Somebody, every group I'm in, somebody's using it anyway. No reason for me to use it. Hello, Hunter. Yeah, it's good feedback that I can get because someone in my group is already using it. My group already live logs. I have no reason to have it. Every group I'm in, somebody's always live logging. The value in me having it installed goes down to 0 then because we have live logs. Starts at exactly 2 a.m. Pacific. That's when the servers come up. You can't. You can't do that, Helm. There's no way to hook into it. What's going on, Will? I don't use any shaders. I don't use any third-party anything. Yeah, I just never had a reason to reinstall it. Other people are fine. I just never had a reason. I'm a simple man. Simple desires. I just kill boss. That'd be all I want. I want kill boss. Boss die, I happy. Soon. I mean, with the first mechanic already figured out, Keo, we basically already cleared. Just might as well pack it up now. Crab. That's the second crab today already. Ooga bunga boss dead. No crab scares today. I'm ready. I was already acclimated. Yeah, just kielbasa. Delicious kielbasa. I still don't know why the auto quality for this is so shit when it comes through this.
It's huge!
I still don't know why the audio quality for that's so bad. It doesn't sound that bad locally, but as soon as I uploaded it, it goes to shit. Thanks for the bits. The first mech is just, it depends on if it's fire or lightning.
I should have been the one to fill your dark soul with light!
Yeah, the first mechanic has 2 variants, depending on if it's lightning or fire. Lightning is literally just Omega Flamethrower. It's literally just 8 cleaves. Or at least, let me rephrase. We've only seen fire be executed, and we've seen it twice. And based on how fire works, we can figure out how lightning works. We can deduce how lightning works. Because the fire version is 4 split damage conals into 4 split damage AoEs into dodging the cleaves. Which is still like flamethrower, but it's pair flamethrowers. Whereas the lightning is likely 8 cleaves into spread. They could still do 4 cleaves into spreads.
Avelia just cheered 1000 bits. Since alerts will probably be off tomorrow, have some good luck biddies now.
I like good luck biddies now. We know it's pairs because of the live letter. So in the live letter, he gets hit 4 times by 4 separate cleaves. So there's only 4 there. The debuff, the physical vuln, only lasts 2 seconds. And it wears off way before the second set of cleaves. So it's not 4 people and then 4 people being hit. Because otherwise, the physical vulns would last the entire time. And then thanks to the Twitter clip, we now know that the fire AoE hits the player just approximately at the same time as the second set of cleaves that hit. So if it's 4 cleaves and not everyone needs to, like, it wouldn't make sense for it to be 4 cleaves, 4 people take them, then their physical vulns wear off, and then the other 4 people get hit. It just doesn't make any sense. The physical vuln would last until it was done, basically. Also, the amount of damage he gets hit for is about 2.4 million, 2.5 million from Chaos. He takes 4. Yeah, he takes 4 Naru. So, here's what actually happens.
Subscriptions to the community.
Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Here's what actually happens. We only see 3 instances of damage because there's so much text, it pushes the first instance of damage off. But you can see 4 instances of the physical vuln. That's the thing we were tracking. There's 4 instances of physical vuln and 3 2.5 million damage hits. Which means the first hit was lost. Like, it just scrolled all the damage so quickly that the traditional hit got scrolled off, essentially. Oh, whoops. No, it's literally the same thing as Thornton, except you actually take damage. Like, Thornton starts his fight with a dodge this bitch. This is a dodge this bitch, but also spread low, please. It's just gonna eat this. It's just gonna eat like a crit low at the start or whatever the fuck you end up having. Gotta use those deductive skills to pick it all apart. Yeah, the big thing was because Yoshi P died to the cleaves in the live letter footage, we didn't see the fire AoE go off. So I thought it was 4 and then 4 originally for that reason. 4/4 and then pairs or something like that. But now that we've seen the actual order of the abilities, we now know it's cleave, fire, cleave. Which tracks for dodging the second cleave. Very Black Cat style. No matter what, the first mechanic was never going to be the hard one to solve anyway. It's the downtime mechanic. All it's doing is showing you what's different about elemental break. That's the big thing it's trying to show you. It's teaching you that, oh, this is now how this ability works. Or maybe it's called something else in this version. I didn't see what the Japanese to English translation is called. If they're still calling it elemental break. Or if they're calling it like some other wild, weird name. Cyclonic break. There you go. My man's going to be doing all sorts of breaks. It's literally just going to be break the fight. I can't wait for him to do a break that puts twisters on the ground. Because everybody loves twisters! Everybody loves twisters. No, everybody loves it. It'll be great. What do you mean? After Prog is done, I need to add one that's just... I'm literally gonna add this. Just gonna add this part right here. Wait, where is it? Chaos? Chaos.
The _ jelly_ bean just subscribed with Prime.
Thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome back. Yeah, I'm gonna add a bit alert that's just this. If that plays on every wipe and it doesn't play from the other section, it's gonna be omega cursed. Wait, why did I come back here? I meant to go to Mewatson. It's fine. That's what you think, rat. That's what they want you to think. Chaos? 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 No, Shiva's theme isn't the Phase 1 theme.
Alcidir just subscribed with Prime.
Don't worry. It's happening, Eric. Chaos? I love chaos. You're not going anywhere. He's gonna say the line. And he's really gonna mean it. Whore! Now when he calls me a whore, it's gonna hit really different. I can't wait to not go anywhere. About to be in Fanjeet's fucking sex prison underneath the zone. Just being called a whore repeatedly. Yeah, that too. Dicks. Dicks everywhere. Let's try something else. I wonder how many of his lines are even going to make it in, given that it's probably, you know, it's not too long of a phase. Oh, interesting. The maintenance thing doesn't say everyone's being reset. Yeah, because I'm going to be logging off in Dynamis. And it doesn't say everyone's going to get kicked back. Not yet, at least. Maybe they'll change it late. Oh, wow. Brighter Swords just got some pretty nice updates. I just saw over on Twitter. They added leaderboards, apparently. That's one thing. They added another reward to the Brannoff Inheritance quest. Players in a passive activity can no longer be engaged in combat by aggressive monsters. That sort of helps, but the annoyance of still wanting to gather and being attacked by vipers and shit probably doesn't entirely solve that. When do patch notes come out? For 14 after the servers go down. No, I don't think. Here's the thing. We'll know immediately if there's a checkpoint, which I don't think there will be. There's really no way to guess it, but Thancred looks like he's built more like a Thornton phase, and I don't feel like they're gonna checkpoint post Thornton. Why Dynamis? Because not everyone's on Ether, and asking people to come to Ether on a raid day is toxic. They wouldn't even be able to transfer to Ether like half the time. So we just go where nobody else is. Dynamis. No, I'm going to be on Golem. I will not be on Coochie Lane. It's so quiet. Because there's less people on Golem. I can channel my inner loner better that way. How do you expect me to be a loner if there's other people around? Don't worry, that's a sound effect I also need to get used to.
13 just cheer 200 bits.
Don't worry, just desensitizing, it's fine. That's where I always go, Sean. Don't worry, just desensitizing. It's funny because I could say these sound effects will be off tomorrow, except that half of them will probably be in the fight. Smile. It's alright, just keep them coming. I'll just grow immune. And then it won't matter. I'm willing to bet Light Rampant actually gets, oh yeah, overcomplicated. Somebody said it earlier where it gets hello worlded, where they overcomplicate it to the point of it actually only has one way to solve it, and thus it's actually really easy. The hardest ultimate mechanics are ones that are open-ended. They're very simple, but ask you to do several very simple things at once. The ones that try to overwhelm the senses are usually the ones that are the easiest to do. Where you just get hit by like 6 things all at once. You're like, well, there's only one fucking way to solve this. I mean, look at fucking UCOB. Heaven's Fall was what was getting people for the most part. All that was find a tower, get knocked back into a fucking tower. Like, yeah, you have to do the dive bomb first, but still. We love Twisty! Ugh. Yeah, that's literally all Heaven's Fall is. It's just people counting towers incorrectly. And it's like the one thing that gets people. And that's not a complicated mechanic. It just goes to show it's not always about like handing the players 6 debuffs or making them bounce a Dynamis buff for the entire fucking phase to get everyone to 3 stacks. Asking raid, yeah, exactly. Ask the raiders to count. You're doomed. That's why limit cut's always a problem. They're counting. It's anything you can't count on, it's players counting or reading. Yeah, I have to do Pelu daily, and I have to do, what are they called? Maps. We have another round of maps today. Dynamis is stored where? In the balls. In reality, it's in the same location as all the other North American data centers. Also in the balls. Where the PlayStation marker is going to be? I don't know. Yeah, what makes Doth simple... Actually, Doth is a very simple mechanic. It's just a several back-to-back very simple mechanics. It's literally just like spread from dive bombs... Dodge a cascading AoE. They get knocked back opposite of each other while not looking in a direction. That's it. But what's open-ended is the doom targets. That's the thing that makes it complicated, is one debuff, the doom, being as random as it is the only thing that complicates it. But the thing is when a mechanic is very open-ended, there's a lot of visible solutions. The mechanic is inherently going to be harder. When a mechanic is very rigid, it's either an attention check. I mean, actually, that's all it is. Yeah. When a mechanic is very rigid, it's an attention check. More than anything else. Like Looper, very simple mechanic. There's nothing complicated about Looper. Everyone figured it out in like, from just like watching the live letter. Did it make Looper any easier to do? No, it was one of the biggest fucking disasters of the entire Prog for pretty much everybody. Because it was a massive attention check. Yeah, Letter of the Law is very visually cluttered, but isn't very tough. Hello World is the best example of a mechanic that is a giant, literally is eye fucking you the entire time, and it's actually like really easy. They hand you a shit ton of debuffs. They show you all the timers, and they say, "All right, go." And you're like, "Okay, well, time to logic all of this out." Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. My whole point is that the simpler the mechanic, the more likely are people to struggle with it, because there's less defined rules. The more open-ended something is to solve, the more likely it is to cause problems, which happens with simpler music. Like monitors, yeah. Monitors is like everything is a half room AoE. Go. And three players get it, and the boss like that's literally all it is. There's 4 half room AoEs that target 2 people each. Make it so each one only hits every player once. There's nothing else to it. But you have to the actual execution of it is an ultimate level thing. Especially if people have other ways of determining how to solve a mechanic than other people in the group. That happens a lot with open-ended mechanics where it's like, oh, well, you could do this movement or you could do this movement. But if not everyone's doing the same movement, then it actually makes the mechanic harder. Again, Pantocrator is a really good example of that. There are a few ways you can go about doing the Pantocrator baits. But I mean, again, it's very simple. 1 person out, 3 people in, dropping AoEs under you while rotating against the other AoEs. Like, it's honestly almost no different than like a Savage level mechanic. It's not really an ultimate level mechanic, but it's very open-ended about how you get from A to B. Do you follow just behind the AoE? Do you go just ahead of the AoE? How do you run when you're the person who needs to be out so that you don't grief the next person who needs to be out? Like, when the design of mechanics is elegant, that's what it looks like. What defines an ult? It's the level of play required to execute it. Also, it being 18 minutes long. Because ultimately, everything is, once it's problem solved, it's just about execution. Oh yeah, I just need to make 1,000 of a handful of different, like, 1-button crafts in order to get all of my PlayStation 4 achievements. I have all the 5 achievements done, basically, but the PlayStation 4 achievements are actually a little different. So I just have to press groundwork a bunch. Just doing it in between these nodes for the time being. And I'll probably do it also while in between stuff in Fru. First and foremost, top priority doing Fru is walking pad. If we get like a 5-minute break, I'm getting on the walking pad. I'm gonna fucking trip and die on that walking pad, I guarantee it. I'm gonna be like reading chat or something. And I'm just gonna trip and die, and that'll be the end of it. Just walk during through. Honestly, at some point, if it's boring enough, I just might. So it works that way for PS5 and Xbox X and S. Bad, but for PS4, you actually need to do each action a single time. So like I can craft 1,000 items on PC, but when I go over to console, I have to craft one more item. That's what I mean. My PS5 trophies are basically all done. All of the ones required for the platinum, because they'll automatically go. The PS4 actually has a handful of different trophies that I don't have, because there's no explicit achievements for them in the game. And I also need to do them. Like, I need to participate in a PvP match on PlayStation 4, for example. Well, I mean, the Golden Mounts have been using that song since Shadowbringers, Reggie. Just not the Mikoshi. The Mikoshi is the one exception to that, which it uses the Namazu theme. Speaking of the gorilla. Gorilla friend. I believe the sheep has it too. Yeah. Scree has it. I know that for certain. I don't actually have the sheep. Okay, sheep does have it. Yeah. So I didn't want to speak with absolute certainty there. Yeah, so 3 of the 4 golden mounts have that theme. And have had it since before top was a thing, more specifically. Because it's an easy item to craft. And I just need 1,000 items crafted. I don't really care what item it is. There is an achievement, I think, to craft 3,000 items in this level range, if memory serves. In the 51 to 60 level range. Yeah, I think it's 3,000 in that range. That's tomorrow. Tomorrow is 2 weeks after patch. That's not the achievement I need, but it is an achievement. I just care about the trophies. Why not click the keybind? So the keybind just pulls this menu up. That's all this keybind does. It pulls this menu up. It doesn't actually start the craft. You can't make the synthesize button. That's just so I can easily get to it in the menu. I could also press, like, circle. Double confirm would work. But I only have my hand on the mouse right now. Oh, because I don't have it bound on my mouse, and my other hand is occupied at the moment. And most of the time, I'm not going to move it just because I have coffee in my hand. Yeah, because it would be here on this. There's a hidden key. There's a hidden thing there. Right here to the left of it. There's no keybinds on it on my crafters. That's all. I need to check which crafters I actually need to do the 1,000 crafts for each, other than carpenter. Like I said, I think goldsmith and culinarian are the 2 that I have done already. And fortunately, I know I've done mining, botany, and fishing. 1,000 each for those. Those just need to be done once when I log into the PS4. Thank you, ocean fishing. I definitely gathered more than 1,000 fish doing that. Good evening, Sebe. Good evening and welcome to Chill Day. Is it cold today? I guess where you are, maybe. No Joel. You don't even have access to Joel YouTube. Relax with coffee before the madness. Yep. Oh. It's okay. I'll just be a fizz range. It's not like I'll actually have to be stressed for the next 2 weeks anyway. No Joel. Joel, leave me alone. No Skype, Joel. You know what's fucked up? As a Final Fantasy XI player, we see Joel and we're like, Jailer of Love? What do you want, Jailer of Love? Katana, thanks for the 37 months. Ivy, stop.
Kirtana just subscribed.
Thanks for the 37 months. Welcome back. Nobody would believe that sound's coming from their PC. That would require them to think they actually had it. No, Joel. Yes, get your subs in to be ad-free for tomorrow. Until a week ago, you had it? Oh, no. Oh, no. It's funny, you said ultimate less than 24 hours away, and for some reason in my brain you said ultimate will take less than 24 hours anyway. I was like, yeah, sure, we'll go with that. Honestly, they probably should veil this. No, there's no Prog stew, it's Prog stuff. Yeah, that's a good idea. First pull clear, easy. $20 minutes in and out. Don't worry, I'm ready to blast through this ultimate. Easy squeezy. Easy game, Dawn Trails for babies. Buff, fizz ranged. Time to go play Path of Exile 2. Oh, we're doing at least 4 clears for this, Sean. The only reason top was only 1 clear was because A, the massive amount of fucking third-party add-on drama that came with doing top. And B, I never wanted to go back to it after. I never felt the desire to really do it again after that. I tried briefly. I was playing with Whoops, and that group did actually get everyone every weapon eventually, but I could not commit the time to it. It was like generally taking away from like other things I needed to do. Because it was too much time commitment per week. The only way I'll go back into top and clear it is if somebody who's like, hey, we're just doing re-clears for weapons and we need a body, and I'll be like, yeah, throw me in, coach. That's it. It'll only be if I'm slotting into like already existing re-clears. Otherwise, you will almost certainly never see me do top again. Possible that like maybe like a static that I'm in, maybe at some point they want to do top as like prep. I guess is always a possibility too. But like, you'll never see me decide to do it willingly. It would be more like coerced into doing it. No, buff fizz range. Do it now. I'm gonna lose so much muscle over the next 2 weeks. If any day gets screwed up and I can actually make it to the gym, I'm taking it. I'm just gonna be doing fucking push-ups and squats at the very least to keep my muscles in check. Gotta keep them activated. Oh, that's right. I gotta shave today, too. I want to go into tomorrow with no facial hair so we can see how much facial hair I have by the end of Prog. No, that's how I would come out looking if I left it as is. It's no shave November. It's not anything November. I just want to live. I'm gonna let people... Ain't gonna let fake social conventions run my fucking life. Ivy... Ivy. She's in my lap. She's trying to get some lap time in right now. Maintenance is in 10 hours. It's almost 9 a.m. and maintenance starts at 7 p.m. 10 hours. It's 10 hours and 13 minutes technically till maintenance.
Chaos.
Chaos?
Chaos.
Chaos? Chaos?
Chaos. Chaos.
DJ 2474 just subscribed with Prime.
Chaos.
I hope you have fun with FRU.
Thanks, DJ. Thanks for the chaos. Don't worry, tomorrow is time to pump. Deeps. She doesn't want a heated pad. She wants my existence. I've tried getting her a heated pad before. She doesn't give a shit. She just wants my Although, I will say this. If I put one of my sweaters, something that smells like me over here, she'll probably cuddle up in that. What's the abbreviation for what? For Fru? Oh, don't worry. I've got plenty of foods and meats and everything. I should be all set for protein. I might need to, like, restock on, like, carbs or vegetables at some point. Fruits. Like, I'll have to keep up with, like, the smaller things, but my protein situation should all be good. Thanks, Matthias. I'll be racing. I mean, hardcore prog is effectively racing without expectation. Goal just to place as high as possible. Our team won't use a lot of third-party stuff, and most teams that are like competing at the highest level do have third-party stuff. So you're automatically at a disadvantage if you're not using that kind of stuff. Not that you can't win without it, but it's like you're automatically opting into a disadvantage. Yeah, there's so much. I mean, as we learned from Top, especially, there's a lot of use of third-party stuff. I still remember that one clip that I saw of the guy who like had like the giant, not just, he wasn't just UAV, but it had like all the AoE colors and everything for Looper, and it looked like a fucking monstrosity. That shit was hilarious. It was like a full-on WoW UI. Looked ugly as fuck. Dude, I always say every clip of somebody using third-party stuff is always a clip of them being murdered with it. The fucking UAV was a wipe. The UAV clip was a wipe. Yeah, the UAV clip was definitely expansion defining. Well, I'm crafting and gathering. I'm doing maps later too. Just a couple of rounds of maps on Dynamis.
Chaos.
Chaos? 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 Chaos?
Sabina Galine just subscribed with Prime.
Thank you for the Prime sub. I love Prime. Gotta get that ad-free. I know people who are watching on YouTube just because they already have YouTube Premium, so they'll be ad-free for the entire thing. I know plenty of people that do that. Neverland is Echo, yeah. I'm a multi-platform creator. Especially more important nowadays. I feel like that's always been one thing that's kept me able to be a creator all these years, is I've never been a one-platform creator. And while I do recycle some stuff from Twitch to YouTube, I do also make YouTube exclusive content. So both of my platforms are, on the regular at the very least, active in a way that is supportive to my income, my choice of income. Especially because YouTube is all ad revenue. Do you have a referral? I'll check, Mus. I'll check to see if they're giving me something for that. I won't know until closer to PoE 2's release. But if I do, then I'll be sure to share it. In fact, I need to email them today anyway. So I'll try to find out sooner rather than later. Does ads away before ultimate? Yup. This is the poll we're gonna clear. Bounty paper towels. That's not the type of clear that I meant. I don't know, because a lot of people, the tanks and I think everyone except me is flexing. Nobody expects me to flex. They're like, yeah, just play Bard. And I'm like, what if I need to play something else? They're like, just play Bard. Even when we discuss it in prep, they're like, I mean, Happy, maybe he goes Machinist. I don't think there's any reason to do that. And I was like, fine, I'll just fucking go Bard, all right? Hello, F. I still remember Noober's voice at the end of Top. Push, 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 push. Hey, remember, I may have only killed Top once, but I landed the killing blow on my only Top clear. That means I killed Omega. Me. I specifically killed him. Thank you, Saber Dance. Thank you, non-direct crit saber dance. I am the Omega now. Well, you won't find Mr. Happy in there, Phineas. You'd have to go look for my real name. I mean, still an M, but you know, all the same. I am there. I am in the A Realm Reborn credits. Because I'm legacy. I didn't do reclears because the group was... because the group had drama with a third-party thing that happened with one of our members like 5 days in, and I wanted to quit the group at that 5 days in, but I was the only person who wanted to quit the group, and if I quit the group, the whole group disbanded, so I stuck with the group, so as soon as we were done with one clear, I never wanted to do reclears. The weapons didn't matter to me as much as just getting out of that entire situation. Oh, I also have to clean Ivy's water bowl today. Normally I don't clean it today, but I'll clean it today this time. Yeah, I've got a lot to do this afternoon. It's gonna be a busy, busy day. Oh, I was probably on A Realm Reborn when I pointed myself out. It could have been on Healer Happy too, but I think it was on A Realm Reborn. I mean, it wasn't for no reason, Lone. I just... I wanted to quit. Listen, I've already said, if anything like that happens again, I'm not even gonna question mark it. I'm just gonna be like, nope, learn my lesson. I don't care if the whole group has to fall apart because of me. If there's a massive drama regarding a member and it's 7 against 1 and I'm the only one who doesn't want to continue, then I'm not digging into that pressure again. I'm just gonna stop. So much of a fucking headache with top. I'd rather have just not cleared and done it like a few weeks later with like a re-clear group and get called carried or some shit. Am I doing something for myself for the holiday this week? Yeah. Ultimate. That is my holiday. What are you talking about? So it's not like there's anything else important happening this week. Oh yeah, but I mean, you can never expect that alone. You want my holiday? Do you? I don't know that you do. Where is this? I think I'll finish filling my inventory. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna finish filling my inventory. I'll do my Pelu Pelu dailies. I'll gather my map, and then I'll head to Dynamis, and we'll do a couple of rounds of maps. Oh, hey, wait, do we have the English voice lines now? Do we finally get the English voice lines? I just noticed that they tweeted out the English version of the JP tweet. Oh yeah, this by the way is the thing. I'll just show it. I'll just pull it up. This is how I determined the mechanics, was actually through a combination of this. They still only use the Japanese voice. Sons of bitches. Wait, what the hell? Why is this not working? Oh, there it goes. Still JP. Why? It's on the English fucking channel. What? Just record it in another language. Man. Just let me hear the English. I mean, I just have to wait till tomorrow, but still. I think I know what the subtitle says there. I think it says, ah! I also don't know why they didn't bother swapping the theme over to Fate Breakers here. Because the Promises to Keep doesn't play during this part. It does properly swap. As if I've never seen that arena before. I like how Ultimate has its own chains for the arenas on the outside. Well, no, it is just for the advertisement. I just don't know why they didn't change the music over. Like, why did they just leave it as Promises to Keep? Good old fire mechanics. Yes, he cooked fucking 5 years ago. Yeah, the normal arena looks like that on the outside. I mean, there were no NA or JP servers for Final Fantasy XI. All the servers were located in Japan. It was just about which communities had more JP players, which pretty much every server had JP players in Final Fantasy XI. Bow, 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 bow. What you meant to say, Yoshi P, was this. No, she still needs me. No, she doesn't. No, she doesn't. She really doesn't anymore. See, I'm still not a top phase 1 music hater because I'm actually a big fan of songs that aren't super loud and obnoxious and intrusive upon respawn. So hearing doo-doo, 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 doo-doo. All it meant to me was it was like, oh, it's just like background sound. Like it's not even like a song or like I can't like it barely even registers to me that it's there. It's like it doesn't even happen. Another version of Oblivion? No, not another version. I mean, we have the Primals version of Return to Oblivion already. Also, the actual music that plays when you zone in is the Shiva theme. It's the Phase 1 Shiva theme. It's also not Promises to Keep there. It's not literally Promises to Keep isn't anywhere in that actual like opening sequence. Perfect Cell. I do better. I don't do a great impression of Perfect Cell. I do the other two forms of Cell really good. Ah, Piccolo. You are going to become a part of me. Oh yeah, I always use music to determine where the mechanics are for the later parts. I love using the music to determine where... It doesn't work for the very first phase. Just be as pretentious as you can be. That's not a bad way of describing it. That's true. Perfect Cell and Plankton are basically the same thing. Both of them after the Krabby Patty formula, strangely enough. I've never seen Plankton and Perfect Cell in the same room. That's all I'm saying. Just do all of Ultimate Prog to that. All of Ultimate Prog, you're just listening to this the whole time. That's it. Just this the entire time. The Homer Simpson song. Where's the one, and then one of the phases can just be this. Wait, that's not right. No, give me the other one. Give me the other version of it. When you get ambushed. Enemy advantage. There. This is the I hope you weren't playing on hard when this happened sound. Oh yeah, he does a ton of stuff, Lone. Oh! Just redo the whole thing to... And then, wait, where's the other one? There it is. So you just start combining all of them. From 3 houses, this is metaphor. These are all metaphor. Where's one of the other ones? There's another one. There's so many themes. Yeah, I don't think I'll probably go back for Metaphor anytime soon. What's this one? Oh yeah, there's that one too. I mean, I'm very pleased with the platinum. It's kind of like how I'll probably never go back and play Persona, like some of the Persona titles again. Those are definitely, I will almost likely never play these again after beating them games. That's fine, they got my money. Until they do Metaphor Refantasio Refantasioed. Final Mix Plus. Yeah, but we don't, I don't allow talk of that stuff. Must. Golden Royal Vengeance. Damn. Re-fantasioed. Alright, looks like just one more node and then I'll start getting ready to... I'll do some of the other stuff and then we'll head to Dynamis for maps. That. Dynamis. That's what everyone should be thinking. Every time I hear the word Dynamis, I hear Dynamis. I'm like almost done. Unless I have some from these ranges. Oh yeah, I'm basically done. After stream, I'll probably log in to the thing. I'll just get this down to 100, but I should be done with my 1,000 carpenter cents. I'm doing it for the PS4 trophies because I'm trying to platinum every Final Fantasy game on PlayStation, starting with the main numbered series, including 14. But I'm doing both the PS4 and PS5 trophies, and the PS4 trophies are the more annoying of the two. The PS5 trophies I'm basically about to be done with. I just need to gather a few more collectibles. Yeah, 14 has a platinum. There's 2 platinums. Technically, it's got one for PS4, one for PS5. The hardest one. Well, the platinum itself is really easy. There are achievements that are not part of the platinum. Like soloing the deep dungeons are achievements on PS5, but they're not required for the platinum. I mean, the meta comps are pretty open at this point, Mystic. They're not really a super strict comp. Like gathering 8,000 collectibles and crafting 5,000 collectibles, if you're like me and never did any of that before, was a little time consuming. I had a lot of help for the crafting one in particular. I had people just fuddling me materials, so I didn't have to craft all the individual components myself. Now, if you want every PlayStation trophy, things get a lot harder. Every PlayStation trophy, it requires like gathering one of every item, crafting one of every item, fishing up at one of every fish. That gets a lot worse very quickly. It requires soloing all the deep dungeons, having all the triple triad cards. Right now, it would also include some of the... Actually, I don't know. Maybe post-patch it's not. But at the start of the expansion, you would have needed some of the prize packs, the super rare prize pack ones, the platinum pack ones. As the expansion goes on, you won't need those eventually, but still. But those aren't part of the platinum. Yeah, it's a lot. There's a lot of stuff in there. God, I love that sound effect. No, give us more triple triad mounts. I'm okay with it as long as I don't need the platinum pack cards, which are obnoxious. I'm okay with getting another triple triad mount. Oh, of course, it's only 3 out of 6. That's fine. All right, let's head back to solution 9, do my exchange. I'm like a third towards the barrel tender again already. Mahjong. No, I'm good without that too. Selfishly against it. Very shellfish. Yes, delicious, delicious shellfish. Food. Blue Knight needs food badly. That's me. I'm Blue Knight. Give me the exchange. Gimme. Say 31. Pelu Pelu. Oh, actually, real quick, let me pull up my achievements and see which crafters I still need to do that on. So Carpenter should be done. Blacksmith, I shouldn't have, like, any progress on. Actually, Blacksmith has, like, 100. Okay. Armor, I think, has 0. I don't think I've ever... Oh, no, actually, I have. What did I craft in the 41 to 50 armor range? What the fuck did I craft? What did I craft in this range? When did I do this? All right, that one's got like 80. Goldsmith is almost certainly done. Yeah, Goldsmith is done. Leatherworker. I know I made a few. Yeah, it's like 100. It's like 170 to 200. What did I... Sometimes it just says that I've made something and I'm like, yeah, you're full of shit. Weaver. Weaver's a little progress. Yeah, like, same as the last one, like 200-ish. If only I was making pots. Might actually, maybe I should actually do pots for alchemy. Probably wouldn't be the worst idea. This one has what? 50, 79, 101, 200-ish, 274. It's got like 300. Actually, it's got like 500 done. Alchemy's like half done. Culinarian's done. I know Culinarians. There's literally, yeah, that's the proof for that right there. Thank you, coffee biscuits. There was never going to be any surprise there. And then mining I know is done because I have the fucking luminary. Look at all this shit. What kind of fucking stupid person was I to make the luminary pickaxe? I don't know why. I did it back in A Realm Reborn. I was like, yeah, sure, I'll collect all those achievements. Asshole. You can also tell that I started working on botany as well. Like, I got through to this and I was like, I'm done. I gathered plenty. Oh, yeah, this was for coffee biscuits. Yeah, and fishing, I know I'm definitely... Yeah, I'm done with fishing. I'm done with all... I mean, to be fair, I knew I was done with fishing for a lot of reasons. A whole 3 months worth of reasons. Yeah, I'm calling myself an asshole. Why did I make the loon? That thing looks like shit. Asshole haps. Ass happery. There are so many easy achievements I just don't have. Yeah, I gotta yell at past taps. He's fucking stupid. He's a fucking dum-dum. I wasn't a sprout. I played 1.0. I suffered. Home. Yeah, I survived. Listen, I can replicate gathering in 1.0. I just have to go to the gold saucer. Not going to, but I could. I think that thing's dead. No, not again! I forgot how many jobs I got to 50 in 1.0. It wasn't all of them. I didn't do any crafting or gathering because that shit sucked. In 1.0. I didn't do any crafting, gathering, leveling till 2.0. I'm already gonna have to hear this theme so much. Yes, the theme is fine, but it's timely. All right, have a good one, Sebby. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow is the day. I'll bring it back when applicable. Sean? Dude, I'm willing to bet. God, what is it called? Well, I'm trying to remember what it's even called. regardless. I was going to just pull it up in my own media list, but I'll just do it here because I can't remember what soundtrack it's on. Final theme is going to... Oh, that's, yeah, Force Your Way. Yeah, it's going to be Force Your Way. That's what the last phase is going to be. It's going to be this. That's what they're going to do. They're going to whip this bad boy out for the last phase. Yeah, we need man with the machine gun. That's what they'll pull in, man with the machine gun. No, the Extreme won't be the last song they use. I can wholeheartedly assure you the Extreme will not be the final phase music. You know how we know this? Because there's a phase that has Gaia, and Gaia's gonna have the Extreme as her theme. I'm just thinking back to how they've done DSR and Top. Okay, actually, no, that's right. Because of the way they did DSR and Top, I said that this was gonna be the theme that they used. Just going back to dungeon themes, that's what they did. Let me go get my map. There was no, like... It's surprising to see both. At least Thornton's made a lot of sense, though. Thornton's was very thematically on point. But they were dungeon themes. Technically, yeah. Yeah, no, they were both dungeon themes. One of them, though, was supposed to be Nidhogg's theme. No, it probably won't be this. I just like to... I just think that it's not going to be the songs people think it will be. The Extreme, it's definitely not. Because the Extreme is going to be used for Gaia's phase. Yeah, they'll save Insatiable for the actual MSQ one. Bird noises. Braxkin. Let's see. And then I had one here, and I think that's the only one, right? The only other one I had, yeah. 2 a.m. Bird noises. I wouldn't even be surprised if they kept Promises to Keep until the last phase, to be honest. Hello, Prod. Hello. Welcome. All right, I am going over to Dynamis. This will be a first come, first served map party. 2 rounds of maps. I have some very simple rules for my map parties. Yeah, keep in mind, subject to change will not be earlier. It could be later, but it will not be earlier. They're very strict about that stuff when it comes to any content that involves racing. Yeah, my map parties are a couple simple rules. 1, bring your own maps. In this case, 2 maps per person. Your map, your loot. Basically, if it was your map, you need on everything. If it's not your map, then you can greed in case the leader doesn't want it for some reason, but that's about it. And yeah, have fucking flying unlocked. If you don't have flying unlocked in every zone, don't join. Just annoy me and get kicked. No taxis. 0 taxis. Yeah, oh, and yeah, and they have to be relevant maps. Yo, we have had people join who just have maps from other expansions. I've had that happen a fair number of times. People just show up with like a Stormblood map, and I'm like, no. I've also had people show up with the solo maps before, yeah. I don't know. Glam's prod? I don't know. Most of the time, it's not stubbornness. It's straight up inability or scheduling. All right, let's type it out. Bring your own map. Your map. Your loot. And don't bring shitty maps. All right, password's 1227. This is on Golem. On Dynamis. That's where I always go, Lum. Oh, and Braxkin. I mean, it doesn't matter, but yeah, Braxkin. I'll just set it to Braxkin just so it's completely clear. All right, go. Yeah, almost nobody uses FCs for statics. It's not really a thing. That's a relic of the past. Static is the name for a group that you raid with. It's an 8-player. It's a group of people that will consistently be the group of people you play with. All right, now just name the zones that you're in. Hey, thanks for the bits. You don't need to share the position. I just need to know the zone. If you want to share the position, go right ahead. 3 Urko, 2 Shah, Heritage. 3 Urko, 2 Shah, Heritage. We'll go in the order of zone with the most maps to then the least maps in order of people calling them out. So 3 Urko, 2 Shah, 1 Heritage. Need waiting on 2 more. I just need to know the zones. Heritage, okay. So as far as looking like Urko, Shah, Heritage. Thank you. Wait, what are we talking about? All right, 1 more. Uno Moro. Yeah, I would not vote in favor of that arc. Not to mention that I'd argue there's more controller. There's more space for buttons on controller. Just have to actually use the double cross hotbar. Probably not, Asura. Waiting on 1 more. Who's the 8th person? I need all 8 before we start teleporting. We're not doing any maps until we have them all. Like, who are we waiting on? I remember I said 2 maps for this party. So if you don't even have 1, then you're going to have to buy the other off the board. Ivy. If you don't say what your map is, or you don't have the right number of maps, then make room for somebody else. Forgot. Let me buy. All right. They were in your retainers, and then you forgot you were transferring. That's the problem with maps on another server. If you keep them all in your retainers. They're pretty expensive. I don't know how many are even for sale on Dynamis. We're on a dead server on purpose. Ivy. They're going to be hella costly. Yep. Ivy! Stop. Don't give me that look. No, you cannot. Yak. All right. All right. Dora the Explorer maps. All right, I see we have 2 maps in the same location, so we'll do Dante, Krim are both in the same spot, and then Irene's after. You can only do that on your home world, period. Hey, what's going on, Adagula? No. How about no? Ban. It's a bot. No. That's a new one. What's sad is I could see someone who's really trying to make friends like that, and I would pretty much shit on their question exactly the same, even if it wasn't a bot. They're like, who the fuck are you? Leave me alone. Fuck, I'm living my life over here. All right, off to a great start. Map number 2. Agent Smith bot. Don't worry, this will be the day we get a Fig Metal Coffer for somebody. I don't know who, but someone will get one. Mr. Anderson. I have to believe in the Fig Metal. It's alright, just get the monk one instead. Paul! Oh, don't forget that loot is your map, your loot. And please resolve it quickly. Do not teleport out of zones until it's done, and make sure that we can't enter the portal till it's done either, so please be paying attention. Yeah, if you try to teleport out of the zone before it's done, it will kick you from the party, so... In the rare cases that can happen, definitely don't want it. Not like you see the overworld loot very often anyway. Yeah, the answer is always to just get the monk one. Alpacas! Kill! Kill the alpacas! Kill! Alright, they're dead. Look, 20,000 gil. I'll take it. Doing 2 rounds of maps. Dose rounds. I'll pet them with death. I meant kill. How do you deal with catching a cold? Uncatch it. Just let go of it. Yeah, if you caught it, just drop it. Classic. All right, Irene's map is next. All right. Oh, it's like all the way up there. Jesus. Other side of the fucking map. And fair. I don't think I've had like a common cold in like ages. Or at least like I don't associate any symptom of the common cold as the common cold. I'm just like, oh, I have a stuffy nose. It's not like I have a cold. It's I happen to have a stuffy nose, which I get a lot. I also have a ridiculously strong immune system. So, could just be that. Yeah, I only go for SSR colds. I have to make sure I pull an SSR cold. No commons or uncommons. I've also never had the flu. Yeah, stomach virus. Definitely not the preferred thing. Yeah, which means you just need to equalize temperature. Obviously. A gambler's lure on 1? I mean, there's nothing of value in there, so good luck. You have nothing to lose. Wow. That's awful. I mean, it's also, again, who really gives a shit? There's nothing on the... I know, dude, I don't know, dude. You're going to be missing out on that piety materia if you fail. Prog Miss Eve. Wicked. Yeah, I'm ready. Yeah, if you make it all the way, you should get a free door. So maybe you'll get lucky here. There's Gil on the line. So much piety. All locks released. Does that give you the free door? Hey, we didn't get a free door. That's toxic. You have a chance of getting a free door with that. With the full click. No such luck here, though. Hope you enjoyed that 18,000. Oh, no, look at that. Woo. 18,000 gil. Kill! Kill the Udon of Fortune. Udon. An orchestrion, remember? Take care of the loot quickly. Team? There we go. The Udon of Fortune, yes. Because the Uolan looks like the Udon. The Udon. He's called the Udon of Fortune because after you get him, the door goes, "You done?" Oh, I guess not. Never mind, we're going to keep going. Ready to get kicked out. Don't give me that look. Be mad at me because I'm smart. Yeah, but if you're optimistic, then you're just going to be disappointed. You need to be pessimistic and surprised. That's the key. Think the worst thoughts and then accept positivity when it finds your way to you. See? If I expect to get kicked out, this can never be disappointing. What do you mean? Why would I change summoner size? I'm a firm believer that anyone who says they failed a mechanic because a summon was in the way is making an excuse for their own bad play. Because the mechanics are the same every time, so you should know to look for them. I could also understand people being like, that's just annoying. That makes more sense to me. But to blame the summon is a different thing. Alright, we're going to Shaloni next. Let's see, I haven't had too many Shaloni maps. Here it is. Oh. What the hell? Alright, well, you beat me to it because I can't fucking... I had caps lock on. Alright, that's fine. We'll go to yours first. Mine's to the south of that. I love them big. I actually wish I could make them bigger. I've been advocating for a size increase. I'm looking for calamity sized. I want an actual Bahamut that's the size that he is in the cutscenes. Want full-sized Alexander? Yeah, I just want... What can I say? I like him big. What do you mean, huh? I like my summons big. Hey, look, a portal. Lucky you, EK. Lucky. I don't deserve any Haws. Feel like I have answered the curiosity adequately. You don't spend poetics on mats. You spend poetics on... Well, I mean, I guess technically the really old ones you could. You spend them on unidentified items for the anima weapon, and then you turn those in for topsoil. Oh, nice. I got 3 piety materia. Wow! Whee! I'm so glad I will never need poetics for a relic weapon, for an old relic weapon, ever again. Thank fucking Christ. The relief is immeasurable. I'm not doing relic tools, so I don't have to worry about that. There are some things that I do not have to concern myself with. Although, to be honest, doing the old relic tools would be super easy now. They weren't that hard on content, and now you could just... I assume you could just train die groundwork pretty much all of them. It's just a matter of doing it, which is the pain. It's not even that big of a pain, to be honest. Yeah, but even the expert recipes have, like, just macros for them now. Like, the old ones? Those also just have macros for them. You sell the topsoil. I mean, I guess if you're asking what the effective use of it, it's for gardening. People be making them onions. Well, another gambler, but I don't know, man. Do you really want to give up that gargantua hide? M console. I mean, yeah, but you can still make macros on console. It's like you can't make those. Topsoil as opposed to DSR soil. True. I hate when that shit happens, dude. You're gonna get a 5. Oh my god, I've had this happen before. So you get the 1, you press high, it's 1, then you press high again, and it's 1 again. Okay, it didn't do that to you, but it did give you the 5. I've had that happen, where somebody literally went 1, 1, 1, 1, 8, and then they guessed low, and it was 9. So after all of that turmoil, they got fucked. So much heartbreak and heartache. That's the game telling you should have gone all the way. All right, mine is south of here. I'm just going to fly. I'm not going to use a teleport ticket to fly halfway across the zone. 1 into 1 into 1, the true combo. They call that a tri-snake eye. No, not the that. Ha 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 ha. This is tomorrow. Yeah, Garlean Snake Eye. Damn, that's fucked, Flo. Omega tragic. Oof. Little over here. You defeat all the enemies. No portal. It's Heritage next. Heritage found. Find your heritage. Yeah, I did my 2 a.m. raid yesterday. And my 5 a.m. Project Winter. Yeah, we did E2, 8, 11, and 12 yesterday. Which one is 2? A Void Walker. Hello? This is the spot. I've had this one before. This one is right here. Hello? It's possible this isn't the spot that you actually have. You can gather, you just can't gather limited time nodes. It's /AC dig, not /dig. /AC space capital D lowercase I. There it goes. Yeah, it doesn't just show up. Where's the other one? Hey, look, a portal! Oh, the other one's on the east side of the map. Don't worry, I'm in the no portal crew for this party. What? No portal? Why no portal? Sorry, I'm pouring coffee. I'll start attacking mobs at some point. No, it's mine. I must take it all. Hey, corduroy. Be quick with you. All right, we're good. Let me through. Wouldn't it be shitty if your actual name was Quarter, first name Quarter, last name Roy? I'd hate it. Crazy, listen, I've known someone named Fuck, so... There are definitely names that can work better or worse. It was indeed Filipino. Goodbye. Whee! All right. Second Heritage Found map. No, not common spelling. You ever seen the movie Superbad where they say it's spelled with a PH? Same deal. It's over by the other teleport. And then we have one in Yaktel, and then we will do our second round. Second round will start in Yaktel after we finish the first round. So any Yaktel maps get prio. I don't remember there being a spot here. But I don't know all the spots off the top of my head, so. I'm going to check Teamcraft. So I simply don't remember there even being one here. Oh, there it is. It is. It's just further. It's just further east. What east? Further west. Oh, east? I thought you said west. West. Paul. Lou and Paul. Well, I mean, if you're hardcore progging, you're racing. They are the same thing. If you're doing 16 hours a day, you're racing. Whether or not you bother calling it that, that's what you're doing. We gotta burn the content. We got other shit to do. I got PoE 2 to do, baby. Early access is December 6th. I have a sponsored stream that day. I had to tell my team, listen, if it takes us until December 6th, then we are only doing 12 hours that day. So I can use the other 4 to play PoE. I already had that discussion with them. Yeah, it's paid. It comes with $30 of the premium currency anyway. Which, trust me, you'll want for stash space more than anything. It's literally like you pay $30 for $30 of their currency and then it comes with early access. Trust me when I say you'll want stash space. I felt that real quick in PoE 1. Yeah, they'll probably give me some keys to give away. It's sponsored, so they have to give me packs. Like, what? Like, it would be shocking, right? I can't remember the last time I did a sponsored thing and didn't get keys to give away. I'll almost certainly have some. I'm going to email them today and let them know that my schedule for that day should be fine. Poe 2. Electric Boogaloo. You know, it's funny. So the eyeglasses here are called slim frame glasses. I really quickly read it as slime frame glasses, and now I want Dragon Quest themed glasses that are just slime frames. Where are my slime frames? Goop glasses. Give me the goop. All right, Yaktel. Slime shaded glasses. Take us away to the yackest of tells. Once you know where your map is, of course. Hey, Juno. Might as well just do the maps in Juno. Go to Hueno itself. Excuse me, I'm typing a message. That's a good question. What do you mean wake up and watch 2 a.m. Prog? Don't you mean still just be up, smile? Smokey, thanks for the 5 months. Welcome back.
Spokey-dokes just subscribed.
Why did it say it like that? Spokey-dokes. Oh, no, I'm getting sleep. I'm saying that they are not getting sleep. There's a difference. I just assume everybody doesn't sleep, except for me. I assume I'm the only sleeper. Nine hours till servers are down. Alright, round 2. We'll start with any maps in Yaktel. 1 Urko, 1 Shao, 1 Kozamuka. 1 here. Oh, wait, is Her here or Heritage found? Just to be clear. I assume it's Heritage. Alright, so it looks like Heritage. Okay, just making sure. So it looks like Yak. Urko. I'm just making sure I have them all counted out. Just to make sure I have all 8 accounted for. Looks like my package might be getting here. And then 2 Heritage, then 1 Shaw, 1 Kaz. Alright, I think that's all of them. That's 8. Yep, I just got a notification that my bracelet will be here today. I'm pretty relaxed about Fru. Shipment is out with courier for delivery. Sweet. Square is sending me the Immortal Flames one. They're sending me one for free, and I'm going to just do some social promotion for it. That one's... I forget what gems that is. That's Tiger's Eye, and... I can't remember the other gem. I know it's Tiger's Eye for the Immortal Flames. I'd have to check. Yeah, it should be 925 silver, Tiger's Eye, and one more thing. I'm not going to have to return it. It's mine. It's fitted to me. Yeah, because they have a giveaway with the bracelets, where one of the buyers, their box will be signed by Yoshi P. So I'm just going to be promoting that. Classic, classic. Is that what you're calling fresh classic? Calling it classic, classic? All right, that's Urko time. We had 3 in Urko Bacha. All right, somebody shared theirs first. That'll be the first one we go to then. I think mine's over to the west. Yeah, mine's right here. Oh. Alright, yeah, we'll do mine third. Seeing if any of us had it in the same spot. Yep. I'll share mine after you two are done with yours. It's alright. We'll finally get a Figmental Coffer, I believe. We've only ever seen one, and the person lost it to a Gamba. In the, like, I don't know, it's been like 100-ish maps, I want to say. And I've only seen a single Figmental Coffer. No one has actually gotten one. I've only seen it, but no one's gotten it. Hello, open your coffer. There we go. And so we're not having great portal luck here in the second round. The portals are not flowing. They're not flowing at all. We don't need it marked every time. We're good. Probably shouldn't be drinking this much coffee today, but I'm trying to have it all drunk, before noon. I still have to be attentive to some... Hey, a portal! I still have to be attentive to some capacity this afternoon. Yeah, we call those Irish coffees, Trail. Drunken coffees. I'd rather have drunken than Dunkin'. Ugh. Disgusting! Oh my god, do not hit 3 again. Oh my god, this is why Summoner is so dangerous here. That's why I try not to do any super serious, like, burst windows. Because Bahamut will almost outright just murder the whole batch. You blasphemy. Dunkin' Donuts fucking sucks. Shit's gross. Specifically their coffee. The donuts ain't much better, but the coffee is the real blasphemy. Dunkin' D's. We haven't had a single free floor. Getting scammed over here. Their dough is nuts. Speaking of classic. Any day now, game. Let me out! Yay, more ultimate music. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. I can hear Omega sound effects. They're playing in my head. Hear the sound of those stupid fucking arrows being pulled back. Don't worry, surely I'll get a portal. I would never go 0 for 2 on portals. That would never happen. I don't think that's happened to anyone ever. See? I told you it's never happened to anyone ever. That's proof right there. Last time, no. No, no, no. Just gotta believe. Like I said, this is the one. Nothing of value. Let's fucking go. Oh, time to instantly fail on the first lock and then get kicked out. All right, time to get kicked out. Let's go. Hold on. I'm a seer. I'm literally a seer. I can see into the future. Here we go. About to prove my otherworldly powers here. Come on. One more. Oh, damn. Fate said not this time, bitch. Damn. Otherworldly powers. Proven wrong. Damn. I almost thought I was a god for a second. Somehow, getting through to the next floor was the disappointing outcome. Didn't see that one coming. Taste the rainbow. There's no Skittles in here. God, if they did that, I'd be beyond frightened, Sean. God, that sound effect of the fucking whatever that was. All right, there we go. They just needed to make sure I was wrong from the seer perspective, but not that I would get anything valuable. Next was Shaloni, I believe. Heritage, sorry. Heritage Found is next. There's 2 in Heritage Found. What's funny is I'm so rich, I don't even care that I don't get anything. I care that nobody gets anything. Eden glam. No, I have my Final Fantasy 11 glam. Eden shit's ugly. Especially the final weapons. The first 2 tiers weapons look pretty good, but the final tier weapon looks like shit. The promise weapons, most of them look bad. There's like 2 or 3 that are okay. But the gate and verse weapons are way better than the promise weapons on average. Oh, you guys went to that one first. I didn't even see that one. I mean, you don't have to wait for me. I just clicked on the flag that I saw. I didn't see the other one get shared first. That's fine. Yeah, the Picto one's one of the good ones. I have the Eden Morn Picto one. That's like one of the few actually good ones. By the time I get down there, it's just gonna be... I might as well have just stayed. It's alright. Don't worry, team. I'm turning around and going the other way. That's it. I just knew there would be no portal, so I didn't show up. Smile. I was just using that seer power that I have. That was totally not just disproven. Map number 6. Don't worry, this is the one. I'm mostly sure this is the one. Yeah, I'm mostly sure that this is definitely the one. I meant the next one. Next is Shaloni. Yeah, I meant the next one. Sorry, it's the next one, for sure. Ah, yes. The lucky spot. Good thing this lucky spot is literally always the one most of the time. It's been proven occasionally. No, there won't be a third round. See? Told you. I'm always right. Mostly. Ivy's so relaxed. %100% of the time I'm right. 75% of the time. I'm almost always right or wrong. See? Told you. Here we go. This had to make you work for it. No, we're just, this person's, it's gonna be, good. No right or left or anything, just, you know, fun. Drop rate for the weapons? Not high. About as often as any of the other rarest drops I've ever dropped. And I don't know that there's ever been a set percentage on it. Good thing we'll find out in the next one. But it's always been like, it depends on the floor you're on. It's not set, like, it's not like a flat percentage for every floor. It like goes up as you get to the later floors. And then we had Kazamuka. Final map is Kazamuka. Yeah, them coffers sell. The fact that they're so rare means they'll probably sell really well for a very long time. I say that knowing full well that next time they update map loot, they'll probably make them more common. Like corduroy felt is a lot more common now, for example. Mammonite, very common. Like that kind of stuff. Like it's probably gonna be, it's probably still be expensive even if when it is more common. Because even amongst like a full like set of maps, sometimes I only see like 2 corduroy. So it'll still be pretty expensive even at that point. Especially given how many weapons there are. Territorial Udon. Well, that's it. We're done. See you later. Not the most thrilling set of maps, but you know, we tried. Back to Mount Token hell for me. Grovels shamelessly. GG's. Thanks for the map party. F. F for fuck, we didn't get any good maps. GG's. Back to my achievement hunting. I gotta see if I remember to even grab maps while I'm doing, because I'll probably want to stash maps on like all my retainers during Ultimate at some point. We love mount tokens. I like mount tokens. Oh, I'm happy. It's in the name. It's funny, I have to come back to Dynamis, like, at the end of stream. Yeah, I mean, there will be eventually the living memory maps. Hopefully they do something that isn't the roulette wheel for that. I would like them to do the Plinko maps. Gimme the Plinko. I want Plinko maps. It's tomorrow, Jeb. It's Eden. Eden time. Plinko maps. I want Plinko maps. How do you change it? You just go to the settings with the triple dots and change it to whatever you want. Plinko maps. Let me buy, since I still need to work on more of the achievements, let me buy... Plinko is where you drop a plate or a platelet of some kind into a like a bumper, like a bunch. It's got like a bunch of little bumpers that it can hit on the way down, and then whatever it lands in at the bottom is the result. So you drop it in at the top, and it goes. Well, that's what I'm saying. I want Plinko maps. They said they might do something that isn't the traditional maps. I want them to do that. I want them to do Plinko maps instead of a roulette wheel map. And then what do I do next? Goldsmith is done. Carpenter's done. I'll do Leatherworker next. I'll go and wait. I think the next one is Shawanazi. I'll go wait there. It's currently Moatson. I just described what Plinko was. Stop. No, I'm saying that they want to move. They want something that's different from the current ones. So my wish is if they're going to do something different, do Plinko maps. I have no idea what you're talking about, Dylan. Clueless. I'm clueless. The shifting Plinkos of Meso Terminal. There you go. We'll go with that. Sure. Yeah, when 8 a.m. rolls around, this will be the next spot. And then I can get back into mount tokens. Fucking PS4 trophies, man. Peglin. Kind of sounds familiar. But I fucking love... Anytime Plinko was on... What's the show? Price is Right? I was like, alright, this is my episode. This episode was for me. Good old Price is Right episodes. I'd come home for lunch, have a hot dog, and watch Price is Right with my family. I had a lot of hot dogs as a kid. A lot of wieners. I just looked down at my Discord, and someone who I'm friends with that's showing me their Spotify feed, and I saw it was Bury the Light, and I couldn't help but smile. I love when Bury the Light comes on. Bury the light. What do you mean phrasing? Hot dogs are wieners. That's just what they are. There's no phrasing required. Berries. Strawberry the light. Blueberry the light. Raspberry the light. Oh, leave the berries out of the sun. I don't want them to get shriveled. They've gotten enough sun. They're already ripe. Yeah, that's Virgil's favorite dessert. Is a berry delight. It's his favorite. He's a big fan of the sweets. The Swisher sweets. I mean, they're never going to say whether or not they're pleased with it. They just put the fight out and they hope everyone else likes it, Jeb. They never comment on what they want out of it. Oh yeah, let me swap that to leatherworker now. I could go for a berry delight. One day I'll meet Sparta. One day. It's all right. Itsuno's now at another studio, so he'll clearly just make Angels May smile. Featuring Vontae and Durgil. I guess I just gotta believe. It's so funny. Runeby, the moment the announcement that Itsuno left Capcom came out, she just DM'd me. She's like, my Devil May Cry 6 streams, they're ruined. First person I heard from about it. She is also a Devil May Cry superfan. She's also more willing to buy physical merch than I am. Yep, that's definitely a factor, Sean. happened with the studio? Nothing. Itsuno just left Capcom. He's the director. He's the one who made it what it was. All the best Devil May Cry games are Itsuno. Although his name got tacked onto the credits of 2, even though he barely did anything on it. At least he wasn't fully in charge of 2. Now, the guy who made Devil May Cry 1 is largely responsible for what happened with 2. And then he left the fucking studio in the middle of its development. And I'm supposed to be excited about Bayonetta. Don't really like Bayonetta. Not when you do this to me. Feel that? I feel it too. Although right now all I feel is just staring at the clock like, hurry up. Interesting. Striker. Listen, I would like to see it happen. Only if it works, of course. But, you know. Still. For now, though, we just focus on Path of Exile 2 and Final Fantasy XIV Mobile. Ready to go. A watched clock never boils. Why are you boiling your clocks? Get it out! You're gonna ruin it! The clock. It's ruined. That's about it, Striker. That's about it, unfortunately. The buck stops there. Quirkiness is definitely a word for it, Moss. Definitely a word for it. Listen, everyone wanted them to make it work. It wasn't meant to be. A lot of people wanted them to make it work. After Final Fantasy XIV succeeding, I'm willing to accept that any game could turn itself around. Because let me tell you, didn't see that coming. I'm going to be Monk, Dylan. I'm going to be Elemental Monk for my first Path of Exile 2 class. I went through such a roller coaster of emotions with that. They were like, so what do you think is the best class? And he went, well, Monk. And I went, yay. And he went, died the most in testing. Oh, but also had really high play rates and success rates. Yay. I'll be the one who dies. It'll be me. I have no soul anyway, so it's fine. Whatever the teleporting skill is 100% a skill I'm taking. I don't even need to, like, second guess that skill choice. I didn't see the name of... I don't remember the name of that skill. But that skill is definitely getting selected as soon as I can get it. I'm a little worried that it's going to lead to, like, jumping into something that insta-kills me, but... Well, at the very least, for mobbing, I'll take that skill. For bosses, I don't think I'd take that skill. Well, it depends. Maybe there's a gem I can throw into it. I'm actually a big fan of the bell skill. It reminds me of Diablo 3 when the fucking bell drop was like the go-to build for a while on Monk. That fucking bell drop, man. Very different type of bell, but a bell all the same. There was a non-significant amount of time where all I did on Monk was drop bells. Thanks, Papa. Thank you. Today is calm before the storm. Working on PS4 achievements and relaxing today. I wonder if for the PvP trophy on PlayStation 4, if I can make a private Crystalline Conflict match for that. Just because I don't want to have to actually set up my hotbar, so I'll just get chat to do it. Just be like, all right, chat, we're going to set up a custom Crystalline Conflict. And then if the achievement pops, we're good. Goofing? Why static in quotes? Well, hopefully you'll be catching us as we're well into the first mechanic. I suspect we'll probably see about 3 minutes into the fight tomorrow. Seems like a pretty reasonable guesstimate. I think back to like because you got to remember phase 1, like, although then again DSR, I remember seeing, I think we saw Nidstinian once or twice on day 1, and that's actually, you got to think, even though obviously phase 0 is not very hard, that's still about 5 minutes into the fight for DSR day 1. Top, I know we saw into phase 2 pretty quickly. About 3 minutes. Yeah, I think we got to like potentially solving like a part of party synergy, but not doing it consistently. I'd have to go back and look at day 1 Prog VODs, which I should have somewhere. The first like 6 to 8 minutes, the Prog is normally really quick. It's the 12-minute plus mark. It won't even be by the afternoon. It'll be in the it'll be within the first few hours. That group starts seeing into phase 2. I give it like 4 or 5 hours. Even if it's just like a group limping through to like the enrage, or like, you know, they just barely make, like that phase's DPS check, according to my numbers, is like really easy. It's really looking like a no pot phase 1, which I predicted. So fingers crossed. Like that phase is gonna fucking disintegrate. There's gonna be like no mechanics during 2s. That's not true. The very first mechanic, well, the first mechanic is like, it's like Black Cat levels of movement. Generally, other than top, top is the only time DPS checks have ever been serious in an ultimate. Like, the only DPS check that's normally serious is the final phase. And that's because, A, it has to be 0 fuck-ups in, like, every ultimate. Whether it be because of shit like the Dynamis debuff. I mean, obviously, killing the Dark Knight is a different situation. You know what I mean? Like, that's a very specific thing. But you know what I mean? Like, most people, you're trying not to die. I'm not going to consider the Dark Knight trick to be like a measure of standard. So no, like if there's no phase 1 DPS, I will say this though, phase 2s do generally have tighter DPS checks. Like historically speaking, the second phase of any encounter was usually the more dangerous DPS check. Not by much. Like I'm thinking like DSR Nidstinian, for example. That's when damage downs got really, really bad. But top, it's more like if your phase 1 goes bad, your phase 2 goes bad. And if your phase 2 goes bad, your phase 3 goes bad. Like it's compounding. And no, so here's the thing. Ultimates with tight DPS checks actually are terrible design. Until the final phase. The final phase DPS check should be tight. And I say that for one very particular reason. Crit variance should not be a factor in whether or not you clear. It shouldn't even come close to being a factor. Like top phase 1, genuinely the range of like kill speed on top phase 1 is not an acceptable range. It's just not good to do it that way. And that's because of job design now. Like, if you did the top DPS check in Stormblood or Shadowbringers, probably it's fine. It's probably not that strict comparatively in those expansions than it is in the result of Endwalker's job balance and now going into Dawn Trail, same deal. But it's not healthy design to have it be so and yeah, end with pots every pull. Not to mention your pots. The problem with pots in Ultimate, and specifically in a pot, in an Ultimate where pots are required to beat certain phases. Required. Like, unless you get an insanely high crit variance, you basically needed to pot phase 1. Is that the pot itself adds to the crit variance. It creates another variant. Because now your crits and direct hits are swinging even further because you're activating a pot within that phase. Which is mainly the reason you do it. It's because you're trying to up the lower limit of damage and then trying to benefit from the upper range of crits and direct hits. Outside of the final phase, DPS checks in Ultimate should be much more carefully handled. I think looking at DSR, for example, the best example of a DPS check that I think is reasonable, honestly, it's the Meteors. The Meteors and Doth. That's like an ultimate level like DPS check that's not really down to crit variance at all. It's very much down to making sure you had the right skills available, limit break. Like there's lots of ways to overcome that don't involve the pot. And then if something did go wrong, people usually opt into having the pot. Be like, okay, like, hey, somebody died during Doth, so make sure we pot during this. And the pot doesn't actually negatively impact the rest of the fight in any capacity if you put it there. That's a much healthier design when it comes to ultimate phases. And the only reason it's like that is because ultimate phases are so short. Like, yes, the ultimate phases being short give the fights room to do really cool and cinematic stuff, but it leads to these problems too. The less opportunities you have to correct damage variance, the less time you have to actually even out numbers from highs and lows, the more your per pull variance is between the highs and lows, which leads to problems like you had in top. Then it comes down to job designs. So it's one of the biggest downsides to ultimates being a ton of really short phases. It's why stuff like T and Ultima's final phases I think are done a lot better, whereas something like Golden's, actually Golden's is okay. It's only okay because again I think they just balanced it better. I think we've seen that Golden's design can be a massive problem. Look no further than P8S, but P8S is like exceptionally short. No, if somebody dies early on in the last phase of top, you're dead. If they lose their Dynamis buff, you're fucked. Like even if it's just the DPS who dies, it's effectively you're down a player after every mechanic from that point on. Obviously, there's the situation where you kill the Dark Knight to give them all their MP back. Very popular strat to pump out a little more damage. Your damage struggles are going to be tough, Sidrath, but I mean, technically, yeah. As long as they're not using 720 weapons. If someone took a 720 weapon into ultimate, I'd be like, get out. Oh yeah, it's awesome, Moose. But like I'm just saying that like there's examples within Ultimate of DPS checks being tight that work. Like final phase DPS checks are normally nerve checks. They're making sure you don't die. They're making sure that you're pressing your buttons mostly correctly. You have pots like there's a good balance between them expecting the player to be exhausted being that late into the fight, which is something we know they factor in to the last phase of ultimates in terms of balancing. But it generally, that just means on a pull-to-pull basis, as people get more comfortable, they actually genuinely get better. Like in DSR, my group never saw a clean enrage. The only time we saw enrage was with deaths. And then the first time we got to the enrage cleanly, we killed it. It was tight. We only had 2 people alive, but we did it. They said it would be more like DSR, yeah. No. It's, they said it wouldn't be quite as hard as top. They said it was closer to DSR difficulty. I still don't even think top was that hard. I think the design was tedious in some places, but I wouldn't call it difficult. Like most ultimates, like the worst part was the DPS check. Like that's the thing I remember most. Yeah, there were the other things like the auto attack at the beginning of phase 3 Omega and phase 5 with the tanks eating shit. Like I remember that as well. But honestly, I remember thinking top was pretty easy for the most part. Yeah, it was just really random, but like coming up with the systems for it, I don't know. I didn't really think coming up with the systems for it was that bad. The problem is that when you have a lot of really RNG mechanics like that, you create situations where players who aren't good at reading RNG and like that. Okay, actually, that's part of it. But the main thing is the number of pulls you need to do to experience every possible permutation. So you have the muscle memory to do it. It inflates the number of pulls you have to do. These are just for crafting. Literally just to fill, like, crafting stuff. I need 1,000 of every crafter's craft. And so I just needed some sort of joke item to get it done. That's why I think this one's just gonna be like a, not even chill, but I really think this one's just gonna be like, people are gonna be relieved as they're doing this versus like if they did top before, they'll be actually like relieved doing this one. Relief is the genuine emotion I expect people to feel as they're doing this. Let me put it this way. Looking at the first mechanic, which is literally just one of 2 types of cones plus AoEs, that's not Looper. It's already an improvement. Just saying. Like, that's it. That's all anyone needs to say. The first mechanic is one of 2 conal AoE baits plus dodges. And then probably powder mark and then a downtime mechanic. It's the Thornton design philosophy. And Thornton, as much as like, I'm not gonna pretend like I loved Thornton, but compared to Omega, it's a pretty chill phase about half of the time. Like, doing Thornton on repeat is like, it's not soul draining. It's not nearly as soul draining. Like, meteors, yeah, but like comparatively, I mean, we'll know if Thancred's a door boss immediately upon zoning in. If we have 2 LBs, he's a door boss. No, they're not in the game yet, Kiki. There's no vendor for them, I should say. They're probably in the files because that's how they do. But we have a no data mine rule. No discussing data mine rule. So if they are there, I fortunately have avoided that. But the vendor's not in the game. Tomorrow, the vendor will be in the game, and then everyone can see them. Hello, Garnet. Yeah, Thornton, you can kind of... Well, the big thing with Thornton is that Thornton is not a brain always on encounter. You have... The uptime phases are not very strenuous. It's the downtime phases where most of your attention is going. Which means, even within Thornton's fight, you kind of get mental breaks. Like, yeah, is Meteors a pain in the ass? And was it a pain in the ass on Prog? Absolutely. It was a little soul draining. But at the very least, it's not everything you're doing is, like, eating all of your brain power. Like, even looking at Phase 2 and Top. Like, Phase 2 and Top is not soul draining at all. Party Synergy, like, gets people killed. But again, it's the same deal. It's like, not a lot of brain power, then do Party Synergy, then not a lot of brain power. And then Limitless Synergy, honestly, isn't even a lot of brain power. Honestly, the worst part about that is sometimes miscalculating the fucking tank cleave. And, like, some pulls, you just eat shit and die. Like, and that's like, if that's the worst of it, I'll take it. Hello World is just like, please don't let anyone forget what they're supposed to be doing. I think it depends on the fight. I think Looper and Pantocrator are not fun uptime mechanics. Only because of the way Phase 1 is balanced. Because I am a fan of uptime mechanics too. I prefer stuff like, my favorite trio in Ultima is the second one. It's not suppression and it's not predation. It's whatever the other one is. Begins with an A. That's my favorite one of the trios. That's my favorite stretch of that fight is post-predation to pre-suppression. I think is the best. Annihilation, yeah. I think that's the best design phase of the entire encounter. literally everything from just after predation finishes to just before suppression begins. I think is like the best section of the entire ultimate. It still has trios going on in the background. Yeah, the first trio is not that big a deal. The one with the ball, with the bombs dropping in the middle, and you got to move out and bait the yeah. But Annihilation is like, it's a test to see if you did your Garuda debuffs correct. It's a test to see if you understand how the orbs work and how your tanks handle the orbs with like the 1-2-1-2 or 1-1-1-1 or whatever you're gonna do, which is setting up something for a future phase. And then it's also the constant dodges of the primal stuff, plus the Garuda feather baits, plus the actual person doing the Garuda check if you did your debuffs correctly. So the position swap that goes on there. It's a lot of moving parts at once that aren't very difficult to do necessarily, but they're put together in a very satisfying to fulfill way. So even though the fight's easy, it's still just... It's better than if you made that exact same mechanic a downtime mechanic, it would be a bad mechanic. It's genuinely, it's not a mechanic that works as a downtime mechanic. It would just be bad. But my point is that there are full uptime phases that are done better than top phase 1. DSR phase 2 is a very good example of a full uptime phase that has a somewhat strict DPS check that does not ruin your fucking soul in the process either. It's asking you a very similar thing to what Looper and Pantocrator are asking. But you don't literally lose your soul as you're doing Nidstinian. Yeah. And that goes a long way. Every time I think of T, I just think of Jill. Don't get spin crushed. What do you mean, don't get spin crushed? When we were doing A11 during low item level prep, every time we were doing A11, I'd be like, don't get spin crushed. Sometimes you just have to not get spin crushed. That's all there is to it. What else do you need to do? See, the thing is, though, re-clears are never going to be that good. Because the whole point is that you just want to win. Like, the whole point of a re-clear is to win. Like, the challenge is gone no matter what. The engagement is done. Something just has to be mildly interesting at that point. Or have rewards that you actually want. Like if the weapons all suck, it's definitely not great. Yeah, like re-clearing top and then doing a looper, you're like... Alright, time for top re-clears. Zones in and starts doing looper. I don't need the other weapons, do I? I'm good with the one, right? I'll just wait till they add the totems to the mock station smile. Surely one day. Maybe in 14 mobile. I can't wait to do mobile cob. It's gonna be so funny making videos on shit like mobile cob. Bam, 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 bam. Da 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 da. God, the amount of hours I have suffered to that theme. Kids that nowadays don't understand how good they have it when they get 2 or 3 themes for the I mean, for they get like more like 4 themes for like every fucking raid tier. Even if they use one of them twice, we usually get 2 on the final boss. Technically, Nail had 2 on the final boss. And Answers, while it's 1 song, they do it a pretty interesting way. Boy, they're not gonna do that, Garnet. Bring back cross class. They have abilities that don't even make sense to have in A Realm Reborn. Dude, they put fucking Stardiver and Inner Release in A Realm Reborn. No, Final Fantasy XI is at the point where it effectively costs them nothing to keep it up. So you probably aren't going to see an offline version for a very, very long time. It's running on, I think the servers it's running on are virtual machines now. So it doesn't actually, like, it costs them, like, nothing to maintain it. I know that their dev kits they've got running on virtual machines. Because they're like, well, I don't know how many more PS2 dev kits we can realistically get.
Chaos.
Chaos?
Chaos.
Chaos?
Chaos.
Chaos?
Chaos.
Wolf Wyvern just subscribed with Prime.
No, it makes good money still, Trail, considering they don't have to put anything into it. They've still got 5-digit subscriber counts. Not 6-digit subscriber counts, but 5-digit subscriber counts ain't bad. Wolf, thank you for the Prime sub. I love Prime. Give me the Prime. Well, Final Fantasy XI was supposed to get a mobile version from Nexon, and then it was canceled. Maybe one day. It's funny because I remember when 11 Mobile was announced, everybody who played 11 was not excited. After it was gone, they were all like, man, I was hoping to hear more about 11 Mobile. They're like, I knew it. I knew you were just being performative. I knew you secretly wanted it. I still say Final Fantasy XI Grandmasters was a pretty good attempt. It just, the monetization for it. Here's the thing. It wasn't even that the monetization was bad. There was no reason to engage with it at all. They built it way too, like, player friendly, and thus it couldn't make any money, which people have had concerns about for 14 Mobile. If all the things they're saying end up being true, that's a big if. People are worried about it, like, not being able to make money. Like in China, it'll almost certainly be fine. But everywhere else, it's a big question mark. So these are my plans for the rest of the day. Oh, no, I'm not going to the gym after stream. I only have like 2 hours to be awake after stream is done. And I have to open a 401k, cook, run to the store, grab some last minute supplies, play with my cat. I'm going to be running all over the place for the last couple hours and send out a few emails. No, 401k stuff is not that bad. I just have to send them in the paperwork, and then they just have to get back to me. Paperwork doesn't take very long at all. I won't even get their like approval back until, you know, sometime not today. Yeah, mine's a solo 401k with a Roth component. My CPA wants me to swap from a SEP IRA over to that since I'm a sole proprietorship now. And then, so he wants me to open it, put money into it, and then roll the SEP IRA into it. Meanwhile, I'll keep my Roth IRA separate from that and just make max contributions to the Roth every year. I'm just glad that it looks like this will be the last year of any sort of potentially odd tax situation. Everything with my mother over the past 6 years has made every tax season mildly nerve-wracking. I mean, it's digital, so I don't know how it's going to be misplaced. Just tied to an account. I don't have to physically send them anything. Yeah. It's for the PlayStation 4 achievement, specifically. Since I want the platinum on both PS4 and 5. I need to actually do the PS4 ones. I have almost all the PS5 one done because they're slightly different between the PS4 and PS5 ones. So the craft 1,000 for every crafter one on PS4 I need to get done. I actually should be finishing the 8,000 collectible one here in a second. Not in a second, but like today. I should be at under 100 remaining. But I still need 69. Nice. More mount tokens for the barrel tender. Soul. Laid bare. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he instructed me about the 23k limit. The rollover from another IRA doesn't count as the limit because you're rolling something into it versus making a contribution. This year's limit. I think that depends on the type of 401k because I think the solo 401k with a Roth is 23 for this year. If you're doing like a traditional IRA with a Roth without a Roth, yeah, that's much higher. I mean, we'll know tomorrow, Wolf. I saw earlier, roommates legend. The future legend. The rewritten legend. Yeah. Normally, I'm glad that my CPA is like a month ahead of, like, he's like, oh, before the end of the year, do this, this, and this. But right now, I'm like, I've got ultimate CPA. Being a CPA with an ultimate to do, definitely worse than just having your CPA reach out to you while you're trying to do it. Either way, just trying to make sure that I'm finally out of the mess that was dug for me, because I'm far too useful, I guess. Can start actually getting all my future stuff planned out. The Epic of Alexander legend. My CPA does fully understand what I do, so he's not entirely oblivious to all of my usual stuff. He's not like, I don't understand any of that. No, he gets it at this point. I mean, to be fair, he's understood it since I started working with him. I would hate to move out of state just because it would mean getting another CPA. It would be 14 hours and 31 minutes until Ultimate. Final Fantasy 14 hours! Probably Ether. Kiki. In the end, it probably won't make much of a difference, but I would assume Ether. If at all possible. Alright, put that down. Gonna have to pee up a storm here in a few minutes. I'm almost through all 40 ounces of my coffee. Must hunt. The hunters must hunt, Veltis. Forever and always. Unfortunate. I don't really understand what that means because I don't fish, but that's unfortunate. Alright, I'm gonna fly to Mamuk and then I gotta use the restroom real quick. That's a lot of scripts. That's no bueno. Alright, I will be right back. Cat. Hi. Song called? I don't know. Yaktel Night. Never remember what the actual themes are called. I knew you meant scripts. Don't worry, I knew you didn't mean the tokens.
Chaos.
Even if you were talking about doing the copper sharks.
Always blame the devs, just subscribed with Prime.
Always blame the devs. What a name. Thank you for the Prime sub. Ivy, chill. Chill. Me holding her head so she doesn't go. She doesn't try to get on my lap. She's like, no, that's good. I'll just plant my face in your hand. All she wanted. It's all she ever wanted. It's all she ever needed. Yeah. Hey. Oh, yeah. There are some browsers that just don't work with it. I'm assuming Opera, if I had to guess, must. That's strange. Man, speaking of the Hap Dwayne shirt, I really need to find a company that can do a palette for Ivy and Aloha plushes. Not my priority at the moment, but I do need to find one. I mean, it needs to be a good company. It needs to be one I actually trust. Not just any old one. Okay. Some people use other stuff. I remember last time I saw someone use that company. Yeah, because I definitely want to do a running of Aloha plushes. That I especially like the Ivy plush just because I should do both, but the Aloha plush is the more important one. Sorry, Ivy. That's in remembrance of. You're still here. Well, I mean, ideally, I would just have a company do, I guess, either a flat run or a pre-order run. Fourth Wall is good, but they don't have plushes. Or if they do, they only offer them to select people, because I checked them. That was not one of the... That was not one of the options they had when I went looking. I would like a pre-order alert. Yeah, I went looking at Fourth Wall like a month ago. I was going to message their founder. I met the founder before for Fourth Wall. I could just message him. Just be like, hey, do you guys do plushes? And am I just blind? Yeah, I just need a pre-order system for it. I can probably guarantee a decent amount of pre-orders for that. It's been a long time since I did new merch. I just always felt bad when it came to doing merch. There's a lot of like work that like artists did, like Mori, and I was always like, man, I feel like I can't compensate them enough for selling their art. No, the cats don't have any shirts or mugs or anything. I don't know. I like the idea of doing drops instead of always having them on the store. It's far more manageable that way. But I would like to do some merch runs next year. The big problem has been with merch runs is just... I haven't been able to think about much other than my mother for the past however many years. And all the spare money I would generally have put towards getting merch made, I didn't have. Yeah, if I did a mug, I would want one where Aloha is walking around one side of the mug and Ivy is hiding behind the mug handle. But I think getting art done from behind the mug handle is very hard. Most companies won't do that because they just print it on the side. They don't do anything like super custom like that. It's a very hard space to work with in terms of art. Like, it would have to be all be custom done for that to even be possible. And that ain't gonna happen. Oh, wow. I forgot to use, what's it called here? Well, this note's gonna suck. Actually, it'll be fine. I just can't use priming touch, like, at all. Well, the problem, it's hard enough to the point where no company would do that. Again, you'd have to be making the mugs yourself and like doing the art yourself, or someone would have to be custom handling it. Which, you know, again, ain't gonna happen. As much as I like that idea, it's not a realistic idea. That is the key behind it. Yeah, this year though, I mean, again, this should be next year should be a much smoother year for me. Yep. That's exactly it. Yeah, I'll come up with some stuff next year. Next year, again, it's the first real year where I can actually, like, fucking put my mind to whatever it is I need to do. Or, in theory, it should be. The results of that are already looking good now that I've gotten tax season underway. Yeah, like, that would be another really good thing for Ivy, would be if, on the side, it was her back at the very top of the mug, and then her peeking over the inside. So like as you're drinking, like if you had your mug like this, for example, it's printed on the inside, her hanging over the edge right here. That's also hard to do because, again, it requires the art to go over the lip, which, again, it's just one of those things that most custom machines aren't really made to do. So, again, expensive to produce something of that capacity. They might be, because they stuck the DSR vendor in fucking Mordona, didn't they? So I wouldn't be surprised to see them throw... What's it called? The fruit vendor in Yulemore. I think they threw the DSR vendor in Mordona. I think so. Top, I know, and actually, no, that doesn't sound right. T was in Idleshire. No, DSR and Top are both in Rads. I know that, oh, you know what? That's not what it was. It was I'm thinking of the weapons. The weapons are in Mordona. Emerald, Diamond, and Ruby are all in Mordona, which was still kind of out of nowhere, but it would, I mean, where else are they going to put it in Shadowbringers? And Memoria was also there, too. T is an Idleshire, though, so. Possible. Still possible. That they'll put it there instead of in Tyrol. I don't think we've been told where the quest giver is. I mean, it's possible they'll be in the Crystarium, but the patch notes won't say until tonight. Well, no, because it's going to be the Minstreling Wanderer or the Wandering Minstrel, so it's not going to be in... I don't think it's going to be in Mord Suck. Good old Mord Suck. We'll find out. It's not going to be much longer anyway. The real question is, when do we start getting ultimate mounts? For 10 totems. That'd be fucked up, man. I'm not gonna lie. Just give it to me on clear. I want my mount and I want it now. Revisit! I swear Revisit has been way more common as of late. Because it has a weekly lockout to start. Not 99. There's still a weekly lockout on them when we first get it. We can't allow this. Little did we know how much Thangrid really meant. You're not going anywhere. He really means it, guys. We're really not going anywhere. He also means the whore part. Whore! Biggest, fattest middle finger? What, the 99 totems? Yeah. Man, I wonder why 7TV is not allowing emote uploads. I really wanted to upload Hat Pot, or just Pot, to 7TV instead. Because it's easier to just type Pot instead of Hat Pot. For all the pots that we need to use in Prog. You see, I love pot. Chicken pot pie. Those are my 3 favorite things. Thank you, Pablo Francisco. That's the only quote. That's one of the only quotes of his I remember. It's stuck with me all these years. I remember the little tortilla boy skit too, but the chicken pot pie line always stuck. I don't even remember the context of the rest of it. I just remember him saying, chicken pot pie. Those are my 3 favorite things. You know, when I lived in San Diego, there was a pot pie place, specifically a savory pot pie place that opened up near me. Man, it was so good. You just go there and spend like $7 and get like a personal like pot pie of like all sorts. They had like a barbecue beef pot pie and shit. Oh my God, it was so good. Chicken pot pie is very good. Well, it's definitely not a mac and cheese bar, but at the same time, I understand what you mean. I've never heard of that before. A bar, a mac and cheese style bar. Just get all the macs and all the cheeses. The macs and cheeses. I mean, it could be a thing anywhere, but it's just like, never heard of that particular thing. Please stop making me hungry. No, I'm making you happy. No. Outside of a text reference, I would not want them to ever include a character creation option to be something relevant in a fight design. Unless it's text. And only text. But I can make other people happy. I'm like the Thing. That thing is the thing, but it turns other people into things. Sorry, I'm just answering something on me phone. Where is my delivery? Ivy looking like a little loaf. Ivy is my favorite loaf. They'll make them extra green. I mean, we had the Garuda mount, and that didn't stop them from just making another green. They just changed the... They just have different effects, but they're still very similar horses. I'm excited to beat Fru so I can play Path of Exile 2, yes. I'm ready for both, and then chaotic. I'm ready for content. Path of Exile 2 is December 6th. I think Fru's going to be pretty quick. Relatively speaking. I'm predicting the first clear will be in 5 days, and the average clear for hardcore groups will be 8 to 10. I say quick. I more so mean like you're going to see less like 2 to 3 week like sufferfests. It's because they've already equated it to be something closer to DSR, and I think now that we've had a DSR, we don't have as much to be afraid of. Like even just... I've already determined what happens in the first phase, and as long as that's not a checkpoint boss, the amount of time saved is immense. If it's designed like DSR, but there's no checkpoint, do you understand how much time alone that fucking saves? It's a lot. Mid-core statics always take a while, but that's like the expectation going in. And again, if that same group has done DSR, I think it's just going to be much more approachable. Yeah, he clearly doesn't believe that anymore, though, Ron May, because he very specifically said that he thinks it's easier than top and it's closer to DSR difficulty. Midcore is mostly hours. Since you can have a player who doesn't play hardcore hours who's better than all the players in a hardcore static. It's about the amount of time investment. But okay, to be clear, we know that the first phase is designed to be like Thornton. Like, we've already been able to determine that based on what we've seen. Which means it's not like top, which means it's better. That's it. It's all the information you needed. I mean, that depends on how long it takes the PF to clear. Actually, there's two very important things that determine how long it takes PF to clear. Number one, when is the sim going to be updated? And number two, when will AM be updated? Those two things will determine how long the PF takes. Since otherwise, it's not fucking happening. All right? Most of the time, it just means it's not fucking happening if those two things aren't there. People who don't do ultimate and be like, that's a funny joke. People who do ultimate, man, he's probably right. I hate that, but he's probably right. No lies here. It is what it is. That's just the likely outcome. I think that PF thinks it is, Ron May. We had people bringing AM to soccer in P9. Not that I'm saying there's an overlap between Ultimate players and people who use AM, but there's a massive overlap between people who do Ultimate and use AM. The sim is really the bigger thing, though. In all reality, it's the sim. The sim is, that's why I said the sim first. Because the sim is actually, of the two things, is the more important thing. Somebody out there did. So you want to know something funny? So 2 weekly Q&As ago, so a week ago today, I had someone ask a question and they were like, hey, so has Square said anything about fixing some of the problems with their with some of their features that bugs popped up with? Because I tried clicking on my duty list to pull up the duty directly and it doesn't work anymore, but it was working pre-patch. And I was like, oh, I thought when you click on your duty list, it just opens the journal, doesn't it? And yeah, it opens it up in your journal. And then I thought they meant the opening of the journal. That's not what they meant. Little did I know, there's a plugin for that. If you click on an actual duty in your duty lists, it will pull up the duty in the duty finder. And I can tell who here knew what I was talking about by the number of uh-ohs that popped up. Before I even got to the punchline, a lot of people went, uh-oh. I love the comment underneath that was like, when you've played with plugins so long, you don't remember that you have plugins. Yeah, my comment section had to let me know about that one. I'm oblivious, man. There's never been a mount, and there's never been music as a reward for any ultimate. We're waiting on that golden Bahamut mount. One day. We're waiting on it. We'll keep praging. Listen, we need to get the rest of the weapons first. Maybe we should focus on that. What title? People said Promised Legend, which honestly is... I mean, I say that sounds common sense, but then we thought that Timeless Legend was pretty common sense for Alexander, and it was Perfect Legend, so... Man, I want to ride Fatebreaker as a mount, I mean. Somebody likes being called a whore a little too much. Somebody out there is fighting Thankers like, yeah, I'm your dirty little whore. Say it to me again. Have seen Family Guy where Stewie's like, oh, Brian, it's so hot. Spit on me. How's that going to cool you off? Oh, Brian, please, just do it. Now tell me I'm scum. How's that going to help? What? Can't get enough of the hibachis. Not top music, no! All right. It's not even, like... It's not anything but top music now. That song was there before top was, but now it's top music. Definitely not bottom music. Alright, let me go back. Yeah. Yeah, Final Fantasy 16's Omega Enrage is literally called the Omega Protocol. It's like those motherfuckers thought they were being clever. God, my inventory is so full. I gotta dump a few things out of my inventory real quick. 'Cause of the maps. Let's see, yeah. Nope. I'll show you. Wait, that one was super... I don't give a shit. Most of them are too high. Favorite ultimate? I think objectively DSR, but like I actually think T is like the best middle ground ultimate. God damn it. Where parts of it haven't aged super well, but it's not quite as easy as UCOB and Uwu, but it's not as hard as DSR and Top. So it's like it kind of has that nice like in between feel to it. It's a healthier balance. Like if you're to do a first ultimate, it's definitely a healthier balance than the other ones. Whereas a first ultimate like DSR or Top might actually be overwhelming to someone who hasn't done them before. And Uwu and UCOB have aged even worse than T has, especially for the average experience. T ends up kind of sitting in a nice, clean spot. Nobody really hates doing it other than doll crits, of course. T is usually UCOB. Hey, there's no Heaven's Fall in T. And Wormhole is not... I've been saying since Wormhole came out that Wormhole was way easier. Like, everyone was making it sound way harder than it was. It's literally just 8 set rules. You don't even care about what the other 7 people get. It's not like you need the... Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me. Avatar, thanks for the 60 months.
Avatar FB just subscribed. Hey look, shiny round number.
Scared the shit out of me. Thank you for the 60 months. Yeah, it's not... You don't need to know permutations. Like, for top, you genuinely need to know the permutations that are possible. Not just, like, which marker goes where. Because, like, you could have one of 2 markers, but your position relative to the other marker changes the entire movement that you have to do. Specifically looking at a place like Sigma, where you have 2 people who are unmarked, and you need to know if you have the other mark, A, if you're marked to them, and B, where you are relative to the lineup to determine which spot you go to. Yeah, but it's what I always said. Wormhole was like, everyone made such a big deal about Wormhole, and I was like, why? I don't get it. Why? Like, yes, is it prone to fuck ups big time? Sure. Is it something that if somebody doesn't understand, it wipes everyone? Sure. But it's not, in terms of what it's asking of the player, there's a lot of things happening that quite frankly don't matter. You're more likely to have a fuck up like somebody forgetting to knockback resist and just eating shit than almost like anything else. Yeah, the real toughest thing is not greeting stillness. Nothing like getting to perfect Alexander and then dying to stillness. After a while, my most feared part of Wormhole ended up being the enumerations at the end, which are supposed to be easy, but it's those, listen, you're asking 2 DPS to pay attention, and sometimes I just don't trust those motherfuckers, all right? I don't even think it's a bad mechanic. I just think it's not at all what people made it like sound like to other people. Oh my god. No, okay. So dying to Exa Square and top is by far one of the worst things that can happen. It's worse than even dying to Exa Flares in Golden. But I gotta say, I actually think there's nothing more grueling, very similar, than dying to the Thornton X's, the Dragon King X's. To me, even though the Exa Square punishment is losing the Dynamis buff, for some reason in my brain, oh, actually, no, I know what it is. I do know why I feel that way. So with Exa Squares, you usually don't die to the first Exa Square. It's the second Exa Square that people die to. So when you get to Dragon King Thornton, when you get to any final phase, in my opinion, there is nothing more demolishing to your emotion than having someone die to the very first mechanic. And in Dragon King Thornton, the number of times you have a death to the very first mechanic is way harder. Like, when you have somebody die to the very first X's on Dragon King Thornton, your soul is gone, because now you like know it's not over, but you already see that it is over. Like, you're probably not coming back from that and actually clearing that pull. But you have to, in good conscience, finish the pull. So you have to like live with disappointment for the next 3 minutes while you potentially recover and continue the attempt. Whereas with Exa Squares, you don't usually die to the first 3 mechanics. I'd say the entire first 3 mechanics of Final Phase Top are generally not like nerve-wracking. It's second Exa Squares. So second Exa Squares, when somebody dies there, you at least get over it and get to go to the next pull a little bit faster. There's only two types of things that get you. It's dying to the very first mechanic and dying to the very last mechanic. Everything in between doesn't feel nearly as bad. Great example. My first A3S, like in rage pull, we were like 1.5% ahead of the DPS check, going all the way back to Gordius days. 2 people died on the final fucking magnet tethers, and then we wiped at sub 0.1%. That would have been world third. That was grueling. Instead, we took 2 or 3 more days to get the clear, and then it was world 6th. Which was fine. We still did it without the weapon upgrades, but like, that was true despair. Yeah, phase 7 DSR is easy to limp to, but the point is it's that feeling, especially when you're new to the fight. Like, if I were to go into DSR now and somebody died at the beginning of phase 7, I wouldn't really give a shit because I've already cleared the fight, right? But if you've never cleared it and you're like, all right, let's go. Person dies to the first thing, especially if it's one of the 2 melees that die, and now you have to do like the fucked up adjustment for the auto attacks. Like, not the end of the world. Like your fizz range steps in and goes, I'll do it. That's realistically the play, is you just have your fizz range step in and do it right there. But it's that moment of making the decision. Because everyone adjusting for the autos is never as smooth as it should be. Attention. The main concern is specifically the emotion you're put through when at the very start of the phase people die. Third place is everyone playing perfectly and hitting in rage, by the way, which I also experienced in top. Nothing like getting to a 0.1% in rage and hearing from the ninja, none of my Hyoshos crit. Man, that's not a great thing to hear in top. Hate hearing that on a 0.1% wipe. I had no Hyosho crits. Fucking Hyoshos, man. Gunbreaker saying, up, no double down crits. No, so we talked about this earlier. The problem with current damage swing is very specifically that because ultimate phases are so short, the crit variance with their job design has gotten too far out of control. So that's my only concern really for Fru is still crit variance. I think phase 1 crit variance isn't going to be a problem. Just looking at the design of the phase, it's designed in such a way where you don't have to weigh crit variance versus like the ability to play the game at all. It's like Thornton. It's like Thornton phase 1. Like it's such a non-issue in terms of like encounter design. It could happen in a later phase, like phase 2, like Nidstinian does, but even that was really Nidstinian. It wasn't even really a crit variance. It was a damage down. Like if somebody got a damage down from the in-out mechanic, that was really what fucked you in Nidstinian more than anything. It was somebody not doing the in-out correctly. It wasn't even like a crit variance problem, because if nobody got crit variance and you potted, it was like you were pretty much sure you were going to get through it every time. Yeah. But it's big skills that can or can't crit that in a short fight. I mean, look at all of the last expansion. Look at Abyssos. Abyssos was a savage example of that problem. Especially because not only was it was also damage amp. Like that was a big problem, was damage amp from that, because now your crits swing even harder. So it just goes to show that a really short phase with any amount of wide variance has far too many potential good or bad outcomes that do not balance each other out. That's why a 6-minute final phase like Perfect Alexander is a lot better for the balance of the game. Nobody would really say that Perfect Alexander had a tough DPS check. I don't think anyone would say any part of Alexander had a DPS check, to be fair, even on content. A lot of that has to do with... It's funny, though, because Uwu, on the other hand... I don't remember what the Nidstinian damage down is. J-Waves wasn't... The DPS check on J-Waves? Not really. The mid on J-Waves was harder. But no, actually stopping the J-Waves before they killed people? No. Yeah, making sure you had a MIT plan that got you properly through the J-Waves was worse than anything else. There's a reason why those last, like, 30 seconds of Phase 3 and T is just like, alright, just remember stillness, even though it's like a minute and a half away. Just remember stillness, 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 because you're like, alright, well, like, I'm done now, I guess. Just make sure Alexander actually dies. No, I think T is probably my favorite. DSR is DSR I think is objectively, not even subjectively, objectively, the best ultimate. But I wouldn't call it my favorite. It's got a lot of hills and valleys. Oh, yeah, double dragon. I didn't really mind the double dragon hand of pain mechanic that much. You have to slow down a little bit, but like the actual check of that phase isn't exacerbated really by that. It's a pretty lenient check. Even on content, we were like deliberately like slowing damage to drag out the phase. At the very end, I mean. Those kind of things can be annoying, but like I didn't really mind the hand of pain and Mornifa. I hated more so that if Hraesvelgr killed anyone, it was instantly over. That was worse to me than anything. The Nidhogg one is whatever, I get it, but the Hraesvelgr landing any killing blow, oh. That was the worst part about that phase to me. I just want to see that 8,000 collectible achievement pop at some point. It can't be too far away. I mean, I've got to be like under 100 away from it at this point. I got to that node kind of late, so I'm just going to let this tick up naturally. Well, two ways. One, I want the barrel tender mount. Two, I like keeping my gill. And three, I make chat suffer with me, so I'm not alone. Very easy. Yes, collective punishment. If I make chat participate, then we're all good. Yeah, also, I'm working on a PlayStation trophy. The last PlayStation trophy I need for my PS5 Platinum to boot. It's wings. Yeah, I mean, they're wings. I don't know what else to say about them. Like, they look cool, but all the wings look kind of cool. So, we have wings and they're cool. They're wings and they're cool, and they're cool in their wings. I'll probably be working on those closer to the end of the expansion. There's just way too many games coming out around the time patches are coming out right now that I'm not like, oh, let me farm 99 of these right away. I'm like, bruh, I gotta get this done so I can play I play like Metaphor, Romantic Saga, Dragon Quest 3, we finished the Platinum for. I've got Fantasian, which I'm gonna have to miss for a little bit because I've got PoE 2, not to mention Chaotic is right after that, and then January. I don't even remember what January has. January has a handful of things. February is Monster Hunter. Fuck am I gonna farm 99 totems at some point during all that shit? Like, I can do it right now, but I also want the mount token. Just chill. I'm gonna be fucking in raid for the next 2 weeks straight. The last thing I want to do is farm 99 totems right before I go into fucking Ultimate for 2 weeks. Yeah, Dragon. Dynasty Warriors. I mean, I'll just farm them out at the end of the expansion, probably. I'll just do all the boosted ones in, like, 7.55, and I'll farm the 7.51 until I get them out. I'll just make chat give it to me. Smile. No, 7.2 should be end of March. Should be the last Tuesday of March for 7.2. And then a week after that for Savage, most likely. Alright, let's see here. I actually am not confident in the second Ultimate this expansion. Nor, honestly, do I care. I can't be asked to care whether or not there's 1, 2, or 3 Ultimates in an expansion. I just do things as they come. We get deep dungeon, I'm gonna do a bunch of deep dungeons. We get the exploration zone, I'm gonna do a bunch of exploration zone. We get, I'll probably actually do cosmic exploration. I don't normally do crafting gathering stuff, but I'll actually participate, unlike Ishgard where I did fucking nothing. I did like a day of Ishgard, then never touched it again. Criterion and Criterion Savage, I'll do all that. Anything else they release? Chaotix. I just don't need it to all be ultimate. I want to see some more long form content that isn't long form because the fight took 2 weeks to clear. Long form because I can spend a lot of time doing it. And not go crazy.
Chaos. Chaos. Chaos.
Gundam.
Chaos. Chaos.
Hello.
Chaos.
Chaos.
Gundam Piloto just subscribed with Prime.
Thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome back. Yeah, get your Prime subs in. Get rid of the ads for tomorrow. Same. Yeah, we just want all the stuff. Besides, I'm going to be playing Final Fantasy XIV Mobile, so I'll have plenty to do. I mean, I will, but, you know, who knows how much I'll actually play it. Yeah, the beta should be soon for 14 Mobile. I'd imagine the next month or two, we'll see the betas. Probably see the rollout in China by, like, beginning of Q2, if I had to guess. And then I'd assume the rest of the world by... I'd assume by, like, summer. Maintenance at 7 p.m. Pacific. Oh, that's always on the lodestone. I actually missed an every reference in 11 reference. One that I noticed when I did it, but not when I went back and like looked at my footage. 7 p.m. Pacific. Specific. There's one reference I missed. The bizarre reference. The get a good deal reference. Everything better crit tomorrow midnight. It'll all crit. Except for the boss. The boss shouldn't crit me. I only crit the boss. Die boss. Alright, let me check my achievements real quick. $35, $38, $57. Okay. Is that all? There's one there. Alright. Hey, just remember, you'll be able to decorate your house on mobile. Easy. You can crap beds, but like they'll be for your mobile home. Saying mobile home for 14 Mobile makes me just imagine a fucking trailer, just a trailer park in Final Fantasy 14. I'm just very curious. Because here's the thing, man. If I can just make free videos on 14 mobile, think about how many more videos I'll get to make. The more free videos I have, the more freedom I feel to make videos that aren't free videos that aren't about Final Fantasy. Without killing my fucking algorithm. Which is all I want. Although, granted, next year it should have an easier time with... Everything should just be easier next year. Next year, I don't... please don't fuck with me on this world, but next year should just be an easier year. We'll be... I'll be good in that case. That would be the dream. Dude, I'm ready for mobile UCOB. If you're doing UCOB on your Apple, on your iPad, is it iCob? Asking the real questions here. Can't wait to do iCob. I woo. You woo. No, I woo. Slob on my knob, like corn on the cob. Every time someone says corn on the cob, that's all I hear. This bunny is murdering our healer. Oh, that's the dungeon. Well, tell your healer to stop being murdered. That's it. Just tell them, hey, don't be murdered. Stop that. That's how you stop all murders. Hey, don't do that. Ivy's being so peaceful. I jinxed it. She's gonna fucking run up on me now. I can already see it coming. There is no peace. Don't worry, most people will put themselves in the hole. They'll be like, oh, the AoE is done. Time to go back to the middle of the room. Perfect. Seen it a million times before. I figured instantly that shit was going to break. Everyone kept saying how they really enjoyed the last boss of the dungeon, so I was like, that means something interesting happens here. So as soon as I saw the AoE in the center with all the cracks, I was like, oh. You mentioning the rescue just reminds me of what... So I was during Stormblood, I was playing with a JP group of a lot of the major like JP raiders, and one of them, one of the world firsters, Ice, was on healer, and he rescued me through the middle in 011 during the level checker phase. And then Haru just looked at me and went, happy. Like it was my fucking fault. Got gaslit. Happy. They'll always find a way to murder me. Yeah, especially in Stormblood. I got rescue clipped in Stormblood a lot because it was new in Stormblood, so it was the cool thing to do. No, I didn't prog with them. I just raided with them for a bit. I just transferred a character over and played with them. Language barrier made it very difficult, but you know, it was still fun. During Stormblood, there was a lot more connection between JP and the other data centers that hasn't really existed since. In terms of like collaborative effects, like the only real collaborative effect you see now is with Frosty. We just did it more back then. Back when I had a character on JP. That's because Stormblood was good. Only the story Andies say otherwise. The MSQ vampires. Stormblood was a very good time for actual game players. It came after the worst of times, Heaven's Ward, and before the this is going to take a really long time with Shadowbringers. That's the only way I can think to describe it. This is going to take a really long time. Thank you, COVID. I don't even think it's really a hot take. I just don't think she does a whole lot. I don't even think she's bad. I just think she doesn't do a whole lot. Along for the ride. Hello, Runa. Yep. I just need tomorrow to happen. I probably won't stream all the way till 2 today. Just so I have more time to take care of some important stuff. I mean, I'm going to be live for like 16 hours out of the day for the next 2 fucking weeks. Even after fucking Ultimate is done, I'm gonna be fucking blasting Path of Exile for days on end. Just wanna get to Path of Exile. I also want to play Fantasian though. Why do they have to be right next to each other? Suffering. Man, Resurrection is not the term I mean, I know that's the name of the remaster, but Resurrection, not the term I would use the same day as Path of Exile 2. Granted, Path of Exile 2 servers probably won't work, so people will play Diablo 2 until they do. Pledge, thank you for the resub. Welcome back. Everyone must be ad-free for the next week and a half. Must avoid ads. Must eliminate ads. That's what we call a level-headed response, Quindo. I'm just so ready, man. Just ready to get through it. Knock through off my checklist, and I'll be good to go. Still have to do re-clears for every week, also. Starts on, server up. It's 2 a.m. 2 a.m. specific. a.m. specific. Yeah, but just because you have that data doesn't mean that your servers work, Valtis. As has been abundantly clear. Historically speaking. Having the information and it working are not the same thing. Yeah, and a bunch of people will buy on. And I'm sure, like I said, they'll probably give us, people who are doing like sponsored stuff, they'll probably give us codes to give away as well. No? What does that mean? So what? Mark chat. The out of context. No. No. Oh, man. I have no idea what the mounts will be for all. I mean, it's not like you can even guess. Somebody would have guessed Endwalker Bahamut or a Mecha Dragon. So. Whenever I see no, all I think of is just, no, no, hell no. No, no, no. Thank you, Tracy Morgan. Yeah, everyone was expecting a cat in Endwalker. Everyone wanted the Omega Puss. Yeah, of course, Ultimate. What do you think? I'm just lying in my title? He's lying! Get him! I don't think there's going to be MSQ trials this time around. Well, no, I mean, I'm saying that we won't get more MSQ, like, main story trials. I'm sorry. The trial series won't be a main MSQ. So there's a very obvious tell as to why they are going to go back to side trials. Because the story for Dawn Trail ends in 7.3, which means if they add a trial series, you'd either have to make the 0.3 trial not part of the trial series, but still make them both MSQ. And so you have to like start it in 0.2, ignore it for 0.3, then go back to it 0.4. And that's just weird, like MSQ wise. Or you have to finish the story, but it doesn't have a trial. Like, I don't know. There's no good solution. So the trials are going to be a side series again. It's just too jank. So yeah, we'll definitely go back to a side trial, and then 0.3 will be MSQ.
Icon just subscribed.
Thank you for the sub. Welcome. Enjoy the ad-free for Ultimate. Ad-free for Ultimate. Yes. Lalafell cartel. The Lalafell. Let's just call it the Lalafell. If the Lalafell, it should get back up. No, it's not. Honestly, the waltzes aren't even unlikely. There's 3 of them, and there's going to be 3 trials, so it's not. I can't even argue against it. The math is there, and that's honestly all that needs to be there is the fucking math. They're going to be abominations, though. They're going to have to transform into some wild shit. Yeah, but we don't need a solo duty. They just don't have to do one. No, there are not 4 trials as part of trial series. Trial series are 3 trials long. There's never 4 trials in a trial series. There's 3 trials and maybe a solo duty. Like, technically, our Genbu solo trial, where with, what's-his-face? The idiot. What's this fucking name? That's MSQ. We're not getting an MSQ trial series, AFOT. That's not a trial series. That's the trials for the MSQ, but it's not a series. Like, we're going to have a trial as part of the series in 0.2, 0.4, and 0.5. We're not going to have one that's part of the series in 0.3. It's going to be side content. That's the whole point. So if you're only going to have 3, Black Waltzes. Sure. Can't disprove it. Yeah, keep in mind there's a big difference between the MSQ effectively having all of our trials and actually having a trial series. They're not the same thing. The trial series are the side quests where they essentially lay out a bunch of trials for us. That's like the weapons, the 4 lords, the Warring Triad. Those are all like separate trial series. The MSQ just baked it in for Endwalker because of the way the story was structured. But we already know that's not going to happen this time. Because otherwise it'd be really fucking strange to get the final boss of Dawn Trail in the middle of all that. It'll still be weird. I mean, even when we have the trial series, we get the first part. And then they say fuck it because they have to finish the story. It's weird even when they do it that way. The Black Walter, the three black mages in Final Fantasy IX. The super black mages. Black Waltz 1, 2, and 3. Obviously, just because of the Final Fantasy IX theming, like, you know, it's one of those, like, low-hanging fruit guesses. Like, is it expected? Not really. Is it a viable guess? Sure. It's not like in Heaven's Ward, we literally had the Warring Triad, like, in the middle of Azys Law, like, looming over us. So we're like... And when we went to Stormblood, the map has the 4 lords on it. So it was like... Whereas Shadowbringers with the weapons, that came out of nowhere. Diamond Weapon is the end of a trial series. It's the last trial in that trial series. Because they didn't want to give us Nidhogg, I guess. What else is there to say? They just didn't want to do it. They wanted something easier. Yeah, it's like, can I say no? No. Is there any context for me to say yeah? No. If you can't disprove it, you can't prove it. You're just sitting there going like, sure, it could be an option. I still think making it Terral Vidral is more interesting. Stuff more like Valagarmanda. Yeah, like using it to have more like really obscure espers as bosses, just make them Terral Vidral. Hey, Revenge. They also, they did some other things there too. I mean, it's not like you matters for you. You don't even have to pay attention until we actually prog something. Plenty of time to do leaderboards. He's not part of the trial series gaming. It was also not till 0.35, correct. But he was also not part of the trial series. He was... Memoriam Misera is the rando bonus trial that nobody ever wants to do because it doesn't have a mount. Sag. Also, Memoriam Misera normal is a solo duty. It's not even a trial. Only the extreme, which wasn't required, was a trial. Yeah, the normal mode was with the Scions. All the Scion trusts. Yeah, but I'm saying, like, what are you going to have to do other than, like, make sure to scout? Like, let me put it this way. You will have enough time to do Brighter Shores. Let me put it this way. You can't be hyper competitive. You'll have enough time to do some Brighter Shores. We're not going to get a Final Fantasy XI themed trial series. That's the point of the Alliance raid. We have Zorn and Thorn already. They're knockoff Zorn and Thorn, but we have them. We technically have 2 knockoff Zorn and Thorns. And we have the Zorn and Thorn theme now in Deadborough. Greetings, Morlin. It's alright, that means you can be Saint of the Shores. Revenge, smile. Yeah, it's all about the purpose of the placement. Don't say saint around me. Listen, you're in the top 10. You can be a saint of the brighter shores. Just gotta stay top 10. Well, 13 hours to go, but yeah, we're basically almost there. Let me see something. Oh, I already got the 8,000 collectibles. I didn't even notice. I got it 44 ago. I wasn't even looking. Oh, that's done. Yeah, 12 for when I go live. I'll be live in 12 hours, yeah. I mean, it'll tie in, but they're not going to make it mandatory, I bet. Kiki, it's just more like a forced position. Yeah, I didn't even notice when I actually got the 8,000. I think it'll probably be a middle ground, Sean. I mean, we are getting Crescent Island, but I'm willing to bet it's 3 zones. I wouldn't even be surprised to see 2 zone, 2 raid for the exploration content. I would rather have more zones personally, but there's a lot of benefits to only having 2 zones versus having 3 or 4 like Eureka. So 2 zones, 2 raids is possible. Don't worry, Revenge. I've already done some of the heavy lifting for the first phase. All I know is that if I see Prismatic in phase 1, I'm looking for secrets. I'm gonna, if there's like a random like memory bubble in there, I'm gonna fucking find it. You're not gonna hide your tricks from me, game. Gotta collect Reen's memories so we can bring her back to reality for the La Brea phase. No, that's because I already did all the lifting on that. They can talk about it now. I did that already. Boss has 18.75 million health, so the DPS check shouldn't be much of a concern. First mechanic's pretty much done. It's not much different than Thornton's first mechanic. It just actually deals damage. So you'll just fucking like crit low or whatever through it. The only question left is it a checkpoint or not? If I see only 2 limit break gauges there, I'm going to be very upset. Oh no, it's an untargetable tree. I've already calculated out the health. It can't be a DPS race phase. It doesn't have enough health to be a top style phase. It's like it disintegrates. Like his health bar is like Thornton levels of non-existent. After Thancred, I mean, we know Gaia is one of the phases. We know the Oracles of Light and Dark is a phase. We can assume Eden's Promise is a phase. It's just a question of, does Shiva get her own phase? Is there another phase on top of the Oracles of Light and Dark? Those are the remaining questions. How do we know HP? Because Yoshi P hit the boss during the live letter. So you just math. He did 1% of the boss's health and 187,000 damage. Did 1% of the boss's health. So let's just say it's more like 19 mil. It's probably more accurate to say it's 19 mil because it did a flat 1%, which means it was probably 90.03 or something like that. Literally, he crit for 91,000 and did 0.7% of the boss's health bar. Like his one spell like chunked almost a full %. No, genuinely, if a Picto crits, he will lose 3% of his health. Like, you're not even wrong. Literally, if you direct crit your hardest hitting skill on Picto, he will lose 3% of his health in one spell. That's correct math. You're right. If you did 300,000 in a single hit, he will lose 3% of his health. Well, sort of. Not really. 300,000 would equate to like 1.6%. But like, I think you do like what, 310,000 if you're to pot. So let's say with a pot you do 310,000. Yeah, you're doing 1.5%. That realistically, that's what you're doing. You're doing 1.5%. 306K. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, but there's damage variance. So it's between 300 and 310. Yeah, you're realistically looking at 1.5% off the health in a single spell from a single player. Yeah, it's a downtime phase. This is how I calculated that it's a downtime phase. No revenge, but I will say this. Top phase 1 was figured out really quick. And you know what one of the problems with getting through it consistently was? The health. And the health means how consistently you get to phase 2. So, it's a factor. Especially because it's probably going to be a double. So the math supports it being a double downtime phase and being about 2.5 minutes, approximately. It's Thornton. Again, I keep saying it's Thornton. It's literally Thornton. The real question is it a checkpoint or not? That's the question. They could if they tried, but I don't think many people bother, Sean. I haven't messed around with it too much. You can absolutely set it up to do that though, without it being like bad. Yeah, I don't know. I think this prog is going to be pretty smooth. I think it's just going to be kind of like, I still said 8 to 10 days for most groups. Like, I think that's going to be like the hardcore average is 8 to 10 days. And I think the first group probably 5 or 6. I think 6 is the upper end. Like by the end of the 6th day would be like the upper end of expectation. There's so many like little bits that once we confirm them will really shape the prediction. Like if there is no checkpoint phase, then, you know, if it's DSR-ish, but with no checkpoint, that's a lot of time saved. Like if you were to look back at DSR Prog, that's Prog hours at the start wasted on that phase, which isn't very many, but it's a factor. And the amount of time redoing it to then get back to Thornton, which sometimes is in 1 pull, sometimes it's in 3 pulls, sometimes you grief for like 20 minutes. How badly the extremes weren't badly balanced. The extremes were balanced like extremes are balanced. They're exactly the same as they always are. In terms of like numerical value. And the only Savage I think is under tuned is M4S's health. The stacking flares, Top had a stacking flare problem. I'm not going to hold that against that. Top had that problem. It was only in phase 2, but it still had that problem. I don't know how it keeps happening. That's what I said. We're aiming for at least 4 clears for this group. And then we'll go from there. We'll see like after the 4 clears, like schedule wise, if it's like still feasible to keep going. PF will be probably locked into BIS. Yeah. There'll be almost any PF is going to be locked into 730, Which technically you can be 730 with a 730 weapon, which isn't this. But 730 is what will be blocked. My bangle is augmented. Everything is BIS. Yeah, the number one reason why you're going to lock 730 is to get rid of the healers that are wearing fucking DPS Savage BIS. Healers, listen to me right now. If you're wearing 710 pieces tomorrow, you're griefing. For the love of God, this isn't Savage. Put on your 730 pieces. For the love of fucking Christ, put on your 730 pieces tomorrow. Do not wear the 710 pieces. Even the balanced Discord has a difference between Savage DPS BIS and Ultimate BIS. Please see option B. And don't be minimum piety either. Yeah. Get your 730 shit out. Pull it out and wear it. Swear to God. Swear to God. You're all griefing. Oh, man. No, there's definitely healers here. Don't worry. I wouldn't know anything about being forced into fizz range. Man, who'd have thought that I would have paid for a decision that I made 11 years ago. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase. Who would have thought I'd be punished for a decision no, actually, yeah, it was 11 years ago. Oh, no. Okay. So here's the thing. The only gear I had from 1.0 was my Bard gear. So when A Realm Reborn came out, instead of going Monk like I wanted, I went, oh, I won't have to gear up Bard, so I can go right into Coil. No biggie. I'll just go Bard for now, I said. About that. And the rest is history. Who'd have thought 1.0 would fuck me that hard? And I knew better, too. I played Final Fantasy XI. I knew that if you go Bard, you're fucked. So technically, this is a lesson learned 22 years ago. Yeah, I was on Black Mage for Final Fantasy XI HNM stuff, and then Otter Gone came out, and everyone hated me. Because I was a Black Mage. And Black Mages and Otter Gone were just not popular. It was like, what's that? Melee Zerg? Oh, Black Mage, you need loot from this boss? Just stay out of the party, and we'll invite you if your loot drops. So you can roll on it. You know how many... Do you know how many Bahamut Zergs I went to as a fucking Black Mage? Or a Summoner? And they're just like, yes, stay out, and just we'll invite you in if your loot drops. I had to level Summoner just to do fucking Ixion and Wings of the Goddess, because none of my other jobs are useful on Ixion. I'm like, I just want to play the game. They're like, oh, I know. I'm like, you can stun. Yeah, no, it was my Link Shell. That's literally how you did it. You would kill the boss with 18 people, and then you would invite, if anyone needed loot who wasn't part of that 18, and it was like their turn to get it, you dropped one person and invited them in so they could roll. Because just because you only had 18 people for a fight didn't mean you only had 18 people in the Link Shell. And you were going to tailor the composition around whatever made the fight the easiest. So if somebody was a Puppet Master player or a Black Mage player or a Summoner player like I was, and they weren't useful in the fight, they sat on the outside and then got invited in to get the loot. I remember one of the Kieran runs that we did, I was the highest DPS as Puppet Master. Because it was a classic kited Kieran, and the puppet for Kieran can just, you literally just sick it onto Kieran, and it just chases Kieran for the entire fight. And it does decent enough damage that that's like actually impactful. Like over the course of an hour, the puppet just chasing behind Kieran and hitting him the entire time. It's like actually pretty good. It's one of the few cases where you could actually apply Puppet Master to content. Yep, that would do it, Raviel. Tartar Summoner, who has Cure 3. Is it good enough? No, but we'll make it work. Hello, Yasu. What am I being tagged in? Oh, it was just Nuber reminding everyone for tomorrow morning. Just a ping. Yep, tomorrow is the day. Tomorrow is indeed the day. Probably wake up around 12:30, start stream at 1. And then, server up at 2. Yeah, just in case I forgot about Ultimate. I know, right? Listen, better safe than sorry. Yeah, the ping was today from my Discord. I'm ready. Is it Bam, Nar? Bam. Oh, hello, little... Okay. One of the other quotes I could have gone with. Bam. Hello, little crappies. Those fairies are very quotable. I have a go on Astragor. I'll probably be heading out in like 10 minutes. I'm going to end stream a little early. I'm going to be live for 16 hours a day for the next week anyway. No point in me streaming to my normal end time today. Especially because I got shit to do after stream. Do a few more of these rounds. I'm still waiting for my filibuster bracelet so I can make a social post. Found. And fair. Ivy. I see you. I see you back there. I will always recommend people to play Harvestella. I want that game's sequel to get made. I feel like they are making one, or it was one of their canceled projects. Like, I feel it. Thanks, yo. We don't have to put on the OST. No. No, you need to get used to not coming onto my lap. Is it a farming sim? It's sure is part of it. No, Ivy. Ivy, you get to take an early sleep with me today. Ivy, hey, show me your paw. Hey. Why are you licking your paw? Show me your paw. She does not like me touching her paws. Just want to make sure she doesn't have, like, some of her, like, what's it called? One of her scratching posts. Sometimes she, like, tears the fibers off the side, and I just want to, like, to make sure it's not stuck in her paws. No, she's just in a grooming mood. Yeah, I think Champions of the Continent's not going to get to the Octopath 2 areas before it shuts down in global. I think the JP version they'll keep up, but I don't think they'll keep the global version up. That game is apparently not very expensive compared to some of their other properties. But obviously, spending the time to localize it is probably one of the larger costs. I think they just make it into its own game. I mean, they've literally, like, got an entire Octopath, like, everything, like, it's done. Like, they've already made it. They just need to retrofit it and release it as a standalone. And they could honestly just, that'd be fine. Ivy, stop. Like, honestly, even the core concept, I know that they, obviously the way Champions of the Continent works is it gives you a random 5-star as your character. Honestly, they could build it as, even as a single player game where you make a custom character and then just recruit everybody else. Ivy, stop. You have to get used to this. You cannot be walking onto my lap in the middle of Prog. Not until I'm bored. Once I'm bored, because the fight's super easy, then you can sit on my lap. Pandemonium. I mean, that's not any different than the way Octopath normally works. I know that as a hardcore Octopath player, I go out of my way and get all the party members immediately. But that's how Octopath is. You don't have to have a full party for a lot of the early spots. You got to go out of your way and get them. What is this? Pantheon is ending pledging. Interesting. I mean, I thought they were doing their early access in like December too, weren't they? Pantheon? December 1st is when the pledges for that game end. Crazy to think that game's hit a point where they're just going to stop pledges. I think it's because it's coming out on Steam though. Isn't it for Pantheon? It's coming out on Steam, so all of the like early access packs are through Steam instead of through their pledge site. Crazy to think that game's going to be like alpha playable soon. Ashes has been doing an alpha for the last like what couple of weeks. I think they just extended it. I still don't think that game will ever come out. I don't think either of those games will ever come out, but something, I guess. Here's the thing. If I were to pick between two games that I would expect to actually be able to exist, I would expect Pantheon would have an easier time existing than Ashes. Ashes is just... its head is way too big for its shoulders. And it's realistically not going to have that level of success. It's just literally not built for it. I don't think Ashes will be what most people want it to be, because I don't think anyone even... I don't even think Ashes knows what it wants to be. That game has changed direction and, I said, so many problems for like the decade it's been worked on. Pantheon's had its own fair share of issues, but Pantheon's literally built for like a really small number of people. Ashes seems to think it's going to revolutionize. Like, that's the problem. Ashes is that it's, again, its head is too big for its shoulders. It thinks it's going to be revolutionary. You know what I mean? It actually thinks that about itself. And, like, that's the vision. And I can tell you right now, nothing they've shown even remotely supports that. It's gone, like, so far from just, like, being something that could have been kind of, could have kind of slotted in and just been okay with, like, a pretty Fantasy Eve. Yeah, I mean, kind of. I know what you mean by that. But it doesn't, that's the problem. It doesn't want to be that. It wants to be the everyone MMO. It's just not that. Mm-hmm. Like, if it just wanted to be an arcade-style MMO, just build it that way. Don't, like... There's so much, like... vision creep. That's what I'll call it. Way too much vision creep. I've had issues with that game for a very long time for a number of reasons. Not just the fact that it's taken so long to come out. It's just, it's been a little shady in the past. I think Josh has talked about it too. I experienced it firsthand because I remember I played Ashes of Creation in like 2016 or 2017. I played it at like a PAX West. I played it at PAX when it was still PAX Prime. I played it so long ago that when I played it, it had a Gears of War style reload for every single skill. Every single attack you used, you had to do a Gears of War style reload to do the attack correctly. That's how long ago I played it. That hasn't been a part of that game for like 5. I think within that year they did away with that. I think in 2017, the same year, because I played it like early that year. Actually, it might have been PAX East then, but I played it in 2017 and it was gone like within not that long after. Imagine trying to play Final Fantasy XIV, but every skill also had a Gears of War style reload to it. I would go fucking insane trying to play this game. Glad, I mean, that's good they stopped doing that. The lesson learned. I'm surprised that even was a concept. It's a sense of repulsion I feel thinking of that. Yeah. What really made me not trust Ashes of Creation, there's two things. The first, the Battle Royale. And some of you might be thinking, what? Yeah, when Battle Royales got really popular, Ashes of Creation released one on Steam saying they would use it to fine-tune the battle system. I would never want an MMO to tell me that its battle system was fine-tuned from Battle Royale experience. Sorry. And also, you're full of shit. That's my number one thing. They were full of shit. They were hoping to Fortnite the fuck out of that thing, see the Battle Royale pop the fuck off, and then just jump ship. They're full of shit saying that it was for anything but the hopes that it would somehow hit that, like, Fortnite craze. Because it was during the PUBG Fortnite, like, yeah, I was like, you're fucking full of shit. Yeah, they were like, no, we got the data we needed, and they just took it down. Yeah, it got fucking railed hard. Because all the backers were pissed. Because they were like, what the fuck? Like, this isn't what we backed your game to see. The backers were furious. Rightfully so. The other was the pyramid scheme that game had. Yeah, see, Troll, yeah. So it had an MMO style MLM system where if you recruited somebody to play the game, anything they spent on the cash shop, you got a portion of it. And then if they recruited anyone to play the game, anything that person spent trickled upward. That was a thing they were gonna do. That was part of their plan. That was part of the Ashes of Creation plan originally. And don't get me wrong, it's been a lot of years. I don't know how the vision has changed. I don't know how the development team has changed. I don't know. It could be nothing like that now. But I'm not going to forget those things until I see the end result. I call Ashes of Creation the Star Citizen of MMOs. Although Star Citizen, I think, is at least something. There's a thing there. Like, something's happened. Right? I've seen people, like, for years now, at least more so than Ashes. There's been a lot more about it, at the very least. Don't worry, guys. Final Fantasy 14 Mobile is going to come in and turn everything around. Well, what people always tell me about Ashes of Creation is that apparently their CEO is literally like a multi-millionaire and can fund the game for as long as it takes. And yet, $500 alpha keys. That literally has scammer. That entire like sequence of things being put together has scam written all over it. Yeah, I've got enough money to fund it forever. By the way, who wants to play for the privilege? Who wants to pay $500? Not, by the way, not for access. Not for access, the $500. Does anyone know the word that was used for that $500? Anyone? Anyone know the word for it? It's not access. Privilege was the word. The privilege. The privilege. Oh, sounds like a great quad A title. Like I said, I will say nothing nice about that game until it comes out, and if it comes out good, then I'm okay eating my words. Until I see a result, I will not be optimistic or say nice things about it. They have given me no, yeah, it's, oh yeah, I know it's $120 now. Who gives a shit? It was $500 at one point. It shouldn't even be $120. It's different now. No, it's not. Not until it comes out is it different. It's literally not any different till it comes out. That's still what built the game. That behavior, all that history, is what's built the game up to this point. So until it comes out and it's not all those things anymore and it's something complete and fulfilling, it's not any better than all of those things. It's a bunch of feature and vision creep that's gone somewhere but barely anywhere in a decade, while doing everything under the sun to try and be relevant. Like part of their process was like, oh, we have to spend all this time and money going up to UE5. They spent like what, 2 years upgrading everything to UE5 after developing the game for 6 years in UE4, and then basically said that was going to make the game take however many more years. I know an MMO takes a while. I'm not going to say, I'm just saying that to be 6 years deep and then to be like, oh, now we're going to do UE5 and it's going to take even longer. Yeah, that's just a way to fucking extend it so they can keep scamming people. Did they actually do it? Absolutely. Did they need to? No. Look at the fucking game I'm playing. You could probably run, I mean, you could run this on a phone. Also, I swear to God, every like ultra pro Ashes of Creation like grifter is literally like they're a grifter. Like it's like they all come off as like big grifters. It's insane. I swear they're getting paid. I swear they're waiting for the pyramid scheme thing to like really be a thing. It's like, oh, maybe they'll do it for real and then I'll have the whole audience and I'll be rich. Every time I see a video about Ashes of Creation, that is from a creator who follows it naturally, they are like the shittiest person imaginable. Because they are the kind of person you hate to have in your games. Not absolutely everyone, but all the most popular ones. Drank deep of the Kool-Aid. It's not even just that. They're the kind of people, you know what they are? They're like the people who play Final Fantasy XI and talk about how every other game is the worst game in existence. It's that same energy. And it's so fucking annoying. Most annoying shit ever. I don't like it when anyone does that for any game. People sit here standing 14 like it's the greatest thing. I think that's cringe. At the game I play, when people do that, I'm like, dude, stop. They don't make them like this anymore, energy. Yeah. Oh. No, I'm not doing Prog Stew this time. Yeah, that's why I said most of them. Some people just literally watch the news for Ashes in hopes that something of substance will come out of it. But do you know how many videos I've seen about Ashes? Especially, I'd say really in the last 3 years? Yeah. You know how many people I've seen that are just like, this is going to be the greatest thing ever? Because here's the thing. You have to remember, there's a difference between being someone who can cover a game and being someone who is only covering a game. For example, I only cover Final Fantasy XIV. Pirate Software doesn't just cover Ashes of Creation. He covers all the games, all the MMOs. So Ashes is just on his list. He's the biggest person who does it, but he's not sitting there being like the I'm going to fucking sit here and sell Ashes all day creator. He's got way more on his plate than that. There's a big difference between being the I'm the pro Ashes of Creation, I'm going to be like, this is the greatest thing ever type of creator versus being the biggest creator who also happens to talk about Ashes of Creation. Two completely different things. That's a good one, Troll. That and his hair. His hair's pretty good. Josh talks about Ashes too. I'm sure Asmund does as well. It's like there's a bunch of huge people that talk about it and aren't just sitting there like, this is going to be the greatest thing ever. But there are people who are like, I am a dedicated Ashes of Creation creator, and those are the ones that are doing that. They're trying to like grift and sell it. Like it's going to be the greatest thing that's ever come out.
Chaos.
I haven't seen his
chaos,
ferret
chaos,
thing.
Chaos,
He did that.
chaos, chaos.
Stop.
Chaos.
Chaos.
8X Rosa gifted a tier 1 subscription.
Pirate's going to recognize that name. I've played a game with him once or twice before. Thank you. I'd be like, why did that happen? Oh my God. Yeah, you know what it is? It does have that same energy. Like, all the Korean MMOs, it does actually, Ashes does share the whole Korean MMO that's going to end every other MMO energy. Ashes does have a lot of that. Yeah, the point is that Pirate's not an Ashes of Creation creator. He just talks about it. Like I talk about it. I'm just very negative about it because everything I've seen from that game leads me to believe scam in all caps. I've watched it. I've seen their developer blogs. I get their emails every fucking month about their new features. The closer you think Ashes is getting to releasing, the further it is from releasing. It's the number one thing I've learned about that game. Oh, I said New World was going to be a disaster. I saw that coming a mile away. Even before playing it, I could feel it in my bones. That one I saw coming a mile away. The window track exploit? God. What about being banned for milking a cow? That's what happened to Annie Fuchsia, right? She got banned for milking a cow? It was like a bug where it like triggered something. Yeah, she got unbanned 10 minutes later, but it happened all the same. Just started milking a cow and then it said your account has been suspended. And then 10 minutes later, it was fixed. That's fucking funny. That's just fucking funny. But yeah, I think Ashes is a scam. The Milkers incident. That's a hell of a name for it. Pasteurize this! God, you want to know what was... You want to know something that okay, so what... How long ago was the big-ass, like, dragon fight in Ashes of Creation? It might be part of this alpha, but I think it was, like, 6 months ago. There was, like, alpha footage of, like... I don't know, they had, like, 40 people against a dragon in, like, an open field. Does anyone remember how long ago that was? That was should be the previous alpha phase. Just prior to this current one for Ashes of Creation. Does anyone know exactly when that was? It was earlier this year. I just don't remember when. No? I just got to assume somebody cares about Ashes of Creation here. Or at least follows it enough to remember when it was. I mean, it sounds like World of Warcraft, Valtis. I don't know why it has to sound like a mobile ad. That's World of Warcraft. 40 people fighting a dragon is pretty classic WoW. Many whelps! Handle it! Anyway, there was the previous alpha had, they had like a big fight that they were trying to show off as like, you know, you could see a lot of the class skills and animations and some of the raid mechanics, and it did no favors for that game. Like, that was when I was really sure they need to stop trying to be the everyone MMO. Go be an ArcAge MMO. Like, at least nail that down, because you've clearly gotten that part down. It was so boring. It was like, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't spend time. It was like an ultra neutered like Guild Wars 2 super boss. Like, I mean, I say ultra neutered. Keep in mind, Guild Wars 2, when they updated a lot of their world bosses, those world bosses became fucking nightmares in some cases. If you had like a bad instance, against some of the updated bosses, like I'm talking about when they started updating them like like Heart of Thorns. And like I'd assume they've kept up with that level of performance since then. Listen, when I went back and I did those fights again after they were updated, I was like, oh, they weren't messing around with these updates, because like people are dying non-stop here. If only I could remember the names of shit in Guild Wars 2. I'm so bad at it. Like it's been long enough. Yeah, maybe it was maybe it was the presenters or the developers. I just remember a dragon fight that had like 40 people, and it was so boring. And like, here's the thing. Not everything you present's gonna be a banger. I'm fucking sitting here hitting rocks all goddamn stream. I know what it means to present shit that's not necessarily a banger. But that wasn't what they need. Much like everything else Ashes does, that wasn't what they needed to do. The game that's taken so many fucking years to actually do, that's not what we needed to say. Yeah, technically a banger. And again, listen, I learned my lesson. I hope everyone's learned their lesson regarding this. It's only alpha is no longer a good reason. Just remember that. If Final Fantasy 14 1.0 taught me anything, it's never say that. Or at least never mean it too deeply. Because 1.0 had, oh, it's just the beta syndrome. It wasn't just the beta. Just be like, man, this sucks. What was crazy about that footage is that everything Ashes wanted to be, which seemed to be like something that really stands out amongst MMOs. Like their visions were a lot of stuff that encapsulate what MMOs used to be and what MMOs are now. That's why they've had so much vision and feature creep. It's that sort of idea. They literally could not have looked more like a generic no-name MMO that nobody has a reason to play with that footage. That was my biggest problem with it. It literally looked like every knockoff like WoW MMO I've ever played. There's nothing Ashes of Creation about it. It just looked like another fucking. It looked like another pebble in the river. I don't know, whatever the fucking analogy is. And again, the vision. Yeah, it just looked like every other Western MMO that everyone abandons after a month. And that's a problem with creating a new IP. It's why some of the more successful MMOs lean on their IP. Final Fantasy leans on Final Fantasy. Let's not pretend like a lot of the draw for people isn't just the sheer fact that Final Fantasy is part of the name. It is for me. It's definitely for other people. World of Warcraft, based on Warcraft, you know, built off that. And then how many MAU tokens? I think that was 36. Like when you're building a new IP, you want to build it in such a way, and sometimes that doesn't even work, by the way. We saw that with MapleStory. Being MapleStory 2 did not help. We saw it with Ragnarok. Ragnarok 2, the name did not help. The name can hurt in a lot of those cases, to be fair. Especially when they're MMO sequels. Thank you for the Prime sub, Talon.
But yeah, the only pre-order I've got is Metroid Prime 4.
Oh god, Metroid Prime 4. Metroid Prime 4, huh? Oh boy. That game's going to be really good when it does come out. Yeah, I don't know, Guffles. But yeah. When Ashes eventually comes out, judge it on the merit of the finished product. There's no reason to have faith in it before then for me. If the final product is good, throw all biases away and just go, look, they did it. Until that moment, they've given me nothing to give me confidence in them. The other obvious game... Oh, no, we're not talking about Silk Song. Stop. Nobody here can talk about Silk Song. Fru... We don't know. It could unlock in Crystarium. It could unlock in Tulliola. Like, we don't know. Like, we assume it'll be one of the two. Oh, no, we are getting 14.2. It's 14 mobile. We're getting 14 Classic Remix. 14.2 Classic Remix, of course. Mobile. Final Fantasy 14.2 Classic Remix Mobile. There you go. Go to the Capcom School of naming shit. Yeah, here's the thing, though. No, they didn't tell us, Sean. I'm gonna hope it's in Tulliola. I'm gonna log out in Tulliola. Ketsuki, thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. Yeah, they've got no reason to make a fourth
It's
MMO.
Underscore Ketsuki just subscribed. Where's my Golden Sun remake?
Over there. Somewhere. No, I pointed you to it. You just got to go find it. I mean, even if it is in the Crystarium, that's like 2 seconds to go over there and grab it. We are getting another Final Fantasy MMO. Final Fantasy 14 Classic Remix Mobile Plus.
Chaos.
You are getting
Buster
another one.
Underscore Hines just subscribed with Prime. Yo.
Busta, thanks for the 15 months. Well, that's what you're getting, so too bad. Double checking everything. Look at him just staring at me. No, look at him. He's just staring at me. I know what you did. Yeah, you can buy it super early, Runa. Now we're in our 11 glam for Prog. Yeah, this is the last scam train before alerts are turned off until Prog is done. Last scam train. Last scam train that actually has... Yeah, we love Derp Penguin. Look at him in the bottom right. We love Derp Penguin. That should help a little bit, Slowpoke. Release the Gaius? Don't release the Gaius. Hey, what's going on, Paz? What do you do with a static that constantly changes schedule and doesn't really listen? You find another one. You cut your losses and find another one. Shit's too frustrating. Yeah, as soon as that scam train is done, I am wrapping up until tomorrow morning. To be fair, we would have bugs even if there wasn't spaghetti code. You just might actually have personal houses too. Don't worry, we'll have the personal houses on mobile. I would say do T next. I mean, other people do jump from Uwu up to the higher ones, or T up to the higher ones, but T or UCOB is the more logical next step. Oh, we'll have housing in mobile. We'll have better social systems in mobile. We'll have a better glam system in mobile. I'm ready. I'm telling you, man, I'm gonna just, this motherfucking phone is about to crank out some YouTube content. I'm telling you. It's time to fall back onto it, Katsuki. I'm ready to do DSR on mobile. I'm about to go down to my local Starbucks and raid on their Wi-Fi. Starbucks Cobb. All right, we wrapping up this scam train. Everyone, I mean, people can be ad-free tomorrow. They can just sub tomorrow. Star Cobb. Can't let you do that, Star Cobb. Public Library Cobb. Airport Cobb. Airplane Cobb. PAX East Cobb. Plane Cobb.
Chaos. Chaos.
Oh my
chaos.
God, Craster.
Chaos,
Well, there's some
chaos,
gifted subs for some
chaos,
ad free. Thanks for the 5
chaos.
gifted subs.
Craster92 gifted 5 subscriptions to the community.
Starlink Cobb. Satellite Cobb. Train Cobb. Trying to think of it. Stealing your neighbor's Wi-Fi Cobb. Couch Cobb. Space Cobb. Bus Cobb. Mick Cobb. Does McDonald's have Wi-Fi? Mick Cobb. Cost Cobb. Sam's Cobb. Five Cobb. Cobb dealership. Dude, I need to get 7 friends and we all need to get on a plane and we need to see if we can beat UCOB on mobile before we land. We all need to be on the same plane just to make sure the experience is consistent. Hotspot, to be fair, I've seen people hotspot Cobb on their PCs, so. World first plane Cobb. Little Caesars Cobb. Little Cobb. Yeah. We literally had High playing on his friend's Wi-Fi on a Steam Deck for our weekly reclears. Oh, he was on his friend's Wi-Fi on his Steam Deck in OCE on materia for our weekly re-clears 1 week. In this last tier. Yeah, we cleared. But back in 2.0, I had a scholar in my raid group who was playing from a military base in South Korea on the North American servers in 2.0 with the built-in latency doing Titan. And we cleared. We would literally call, you know how we did it? We called out when it was Weight of the Lands coming up so he could move before it started casting. And he also didn't stand in the stack. He would stand off to the side. He did Allegan Rot in turn 2 on that same internet, by the way. Which means, yes, he had to dodge the lasers from ADS. Which, by the way, was an ordeal. More of an ordeal than Weight of the Land. That laser was very fucking fast. And his internet was not. Reminds me of when I soloed turn 2 on Blue Mage at level 50. It took like 30 fucking minutes. It took forever. Truck stop Cobb. There's another one. There's another one 11th. Truck stop Cobb. Truck Cobb. Com Cobb. To be fair, I do Com Cobb now. Just coming up with all the Cobbs. What was the last one? Com Cobb. Like Comcast? Com Cobb? Not to be confused with Cum Cobb. That's a different Cobb altogether. Cobbcast! I like that. Cobbcast. Cox Cobb. Cobbfinity. Anyway, I gotta get going. I got shit to do this afternoon. I'll be back in about 11 hours. And we'll take a quick look at the patch notes for a video, and then off to the thing. Off to the races. Boost mobile Cobb, boost mob Cobb. All right, I'm gonna go eat and take care of some, excuse me, errands. I'll see you all tomorrow morning. I'll see you then.